All right. Well then, welcome back. We last left off with everybody having completed their Azure Berry hunts. We had Eris and Valzor scaling trees precariously and having a couple close calls. Valzor wrestling a large town guard dog, as well as Yorglot and Runine heading to the tavern to participate in some challenges as well as run some errands for some NPCs in the market district. Through all of their combined efforts, they were able to secure enough of the Azure Berry trophies to win in a much closer race than anticipated, as the individuals who found the treasure trove were unable to return in time. Having won and having had such a thrilling and exciting turnout this year, the festival organizers decided to hand out a couple more prizes than initially anticipated, allowing them to each choose one as well as picking a fifth for Rihanna, who unfortunately decided not to partake this particular time. During the choices of the various treasures and rewards, money, or knowledge that they wanted, Yorglot specifically had a very intriguing question about some items that seem to have been touched with some form of sinister power. Wanting to know more, they sent for the devoted. The devoted, after a good few minutes, finally showed up and and agreed to answer some of his questions in private should he want, but that it would cost him a tracking spell. That he would wish to know the location of Yorglot and any others that wished to know of the information he was willing to share for the next 6 months. Curious for knowledge, as always, Yorglot decided to take him up on the offer, asking when and where to meet him. Finding out that it was to be at 3 a.m. tonight at the town hall's VIP guest suite. And that is where we left off, as they had all made their way back to the tavern that evening. What would you all like to do?
Um,
All right, so are we like sitting down back at a table in the tavern,
Uh,
like just chilling out, or are we
so it's
walking
just
around?
evening. Or we're in the tavern, right?
yeah, yes.
I'm gonna assume yes.
Okay, then I'm Renina will probably start probably heading to her room. It's like, well, today was an eventful day. I am going to spend some time in my room. You do not mind me.
Do we have rooms yet?
I
Did we?
imagine that she at least has her own room.
Uh,
Mm,
Individuals who were here for a while and not just showing up today for the first time would have a room.
Okay.
You would know that from your each individual session zeros, and if you don't, just feel free to ask again. But those that were here would have already had to have found a room.
Okay. Sweet.
um,
And
Right.
I,
so I don't have a room.
you
Well,
don't have
No,
a
if
room.
you
Right?
I
should.
don't
You
think I
should.
do. I.
Did you show
you
up
can
In
ask.
earlier that day?
your session zero, I believe you were arriving now, so you would know.
Okay. Yeah.
Oof.
Do not forget to book yourselves a room. And she toodles.
I also do not believe I have a room, so I will get one slash rent one. So
Um.
so it's the rooms are in the tavern, correct? Alan?
Uh, Correct. If you wished to stay in the tavern, there is also various residents of the village who are willing to put people up as sort of like a stay in their home situation. Those are a little bit more expensive and would have required you interacting with somebody.
mm,
Hmm. Uh,
The
so
tavern
I'm
is relatively full at this point. There might be some space, but a lot of people have had to go find individual housing.
I go up to the barkeep and say, Hey, so I got some friends that are staying here. Do you guys have any rooms left?
Uh, the girl, the sort of elven female. Uh, I can check. I don't know if we have any rooms at the moment. We might be full. If not, we do have some space in our stables. Um, give me 5, 10 minutes.
All right.
Leave me with the fucking horses. What time is it exactly? Like, do we know about what time it is?
At this point, it is about 10:30 in the evening.
Oh shit. Okay. Because if we go to bed now and I wake up at 3 to go to this meeting, would that
Short
count
rest, yes.
as a
Long
short
rest,
rest?
no.
Okay, short rest. Okay, good. Then Yorglad's gonna kind of stand up from the table that they're all sitting at, and I'm going to retire to my room. I have a lot of stuff to think about. And as he says that, he's gonna get up and walk up to his room because he should have one, seeing as he's been in the town for quite a while.
Ares just waits by the barn to look or to wait for person to return. Um, guessing we're just following Valzor.
All right. Few minutes pass. She comes back. So it's not much. I do have one room that's willing to take on more individuals, uh, as they haven't been back to claim their room key. But somebody else did say they were looking for a room earlier. I believe she might have been with you, a small, uh, petite elven woman. Didn't wear a whole
Ah,
lot of clothing. If she doesn't come to pick her room key up, then I think it would be fine if you take that room for the night.
well, thank you for letting me know. I'll make sure to stay close and wait for now, I guess.
Well, I can give you the room key for now. It's just if she comes, then I would have to have you vacate.
Ah, okay. I'll take it. What do I owe you?
Uh, for how long? One night? Do you wish to stay for the whole festival?
Better be safer than sorry. I'll just pay for the whole festival stay.
Then you'd be looking at 2 silver for the whole festival.
Got it. No problemo.
She'd accept the 2 silver and reach behind, pull a room key out of sort of like a lock box on a wall that has around close to 25 different little lock boxes on it. She hands the key to you.
Thank you.
Enjoy your
Ares,
room.
oh, Ares overhearing this, asks Val if she can stay in the room as well.
I mean, I have no problem with it. Do you have like a silver? And then we could split the price?
Yeah.
All right. Is that okay, barkeep?
Can
Of
do
course,
that.
we have some people that have 10 in a room right now due to lack of space.
Whoa. Okay.
Okay.
Oh my. Quite crowded.
You're quite
Yes, it is
fortunate.
quite
Somebody was
nice.
selling spaces in their room earlier for 5 gold apiece.
Wow.
Oh my. That
5
is quite a
gold.
profit.
Jesus.
That is. Yeah. So 1 silver.
Yep. Well, thank you, barkeep.
Thank you.
Very welcome. Enjoy your stay.
I try to find Yorglot's room to
What
bug
the
him about what
fuck?
he was talking about.
Yay.
Okay, how many do you just go through all of the 25 different rooms up there, knocking on them until you find your glut? Or how many rooms
Yeah.
do you give it?
All of them.
All
Oh
25.
my
Okay.
god.
Go ahead and roll
Okay.
a
D20.
1d20 and a 1d10.
Okay. So 1d20 and then d10 roll. And a 5, so 19 in total.
Okay, so it only takes you about 7 rooms before you eventually knock on Yorglot's door.
Okay.
Oh
Yorglot
no.
gets up, still literally half dead. Walks over to the door and cracks it open just a little bit. What do you want? I'm trying to rest.
I'm just curious about the whole situation involving that one dude at the podium of the festival that you talked to about your item.
Yes. What about it?
Uh, can I talk with you about it? Like, what's going on?
Is Ares with him, or is it just Bowser?
No,
'Cause I
it's
know
just
Ares
him.
was-
I'm in the room.
Oh, okay. Fine. I guess you can come in. Nah, Bowser kind of starts walking over to the bed, leaving the door cracked open for, or Yurglot, sorry, walks to the bed, leaving the door cracked open, allowing Valzor to walk in.
Nice room you got.
Yeah, I've been here for a couple of weeks.
Got it nice and early before anybody got here for the festival, huh?
I'd rather not talk about my business here. Why, what do you want to know about the man who appraised my items?
Well, if I heard correctly, and Alan, before I actually say that, we did hear what they were talking about, right?
Yes.
Okay. I say it to Yorglot. From what I was hearing is that you'd have to be tracked, correct?
Yes, but the spell was only cast upon me, not you guys. You all should be fine.
Yeah. That's the thing. If we're getting tracked and we're planning to stay together for a while, I don't know if I can necessarily trust you.
You can't trust me.
Not, well, I shouldn't say you. Rather, I can't, like, having that spell on you would be very troublesome for me.
Why are you planning to get into trouble?
Not necessarily that, but rather, I might bring you into trouble.
Okay, well, unless you know some kind of enchanting spell. The spell's staying for around 6 months.
Hmm.
Unless
I'll
you
look into it, but I don't know. It's
well,
just a little bit problematic.
I have a meeting with him at 3 a.m. this morning. That's why I'm trying to rest. But you can come if you want. But I warn you, if you do and you hear the stuff we talk about, you will also be placed under the tracking spell.
I'll think about it. Then I'll let you rest, and I exit.
Thank you. Close the door on your way out.
Already on it. I slam it.
You're like fucking clicks his tongue.
What a wonderful friendship.
And then I proceed to head back to my room.
Yeah, and Urglot's gonna rest. Even if
All right.
people knock on his door, he's half dead. He's gonna sleep straight through it.
All right.
Janine
So-
goes to no, just kidding.
For those that aren't familiar, if you are injured, there are 2 ways without using, well, a couple ways without using spells, but there are 2 different kinds of rest. There is a short rest and a long rest. Currently, like I said before, it is around 10:30, probably more like 10:45-ish now at night. If you were to plan to try to wake up at 3 a.m. or be ready at 3 a.m. to go to this meeting or whatever it is, you would not have time for a long rest, as a long rest takes 8 hours. A short
Okay.
rest takes an hour. The way a short rest works is you can spend your hit dice. So at level 1, for example, you should have 1 hit dice, so 1d8. To roll that die, and whatever you roll, you heal that amount. So if you were down 4 hit points and you rolled a 5, you're fully healed, so on and so forth. At level 2, you get 2 of whatever hit dice you have, so on and so forth. And you can spend 1 or all of your hit dice during a short rest. So if you're level 5, you could spend 3 out of 5 during a rest.
Okay.
Being
Okay.
level 1 right now, you only have 1 hit dice to spend, but just as a brief rundown of what that's going to look like later on as well. Anybody who would like to take a short rest, feel free to tell me that you are going to. Basically, what it means is for 1 hour, you are saying my character will do nothing of exerting like effort. He or she is not going to do any like strenuous exercise or anything that would otherwise require time, such as attuning to magic items, things of the nature. You can do very minimal things like read a book instead of sleep. It's not like you have to just pass out. You can lay down, you can sit, meditate, whatever for that hour, but it just can't be active.
Okay. I'll take a short rest.
Yorglot will also take a short rest.
We'll follow suit in that short rest trend.
Is anybody else? Renine, are you taking a short rest? Renine.
Sorry, I had myself muted. Yes, she will be writing in her diary for a little bit and then taking her short rest to recover her HP.
All right. Then all of you may roll your hit dice. And then if there's anything else you want to do, you'll still have around 3 hours and 20 minutes before the meeting time. It would be about a 10-minute walk to the town hall.
Okay. You said it's 1d8?
Whatever your hit dice is.
Yes.
So whatever your class is, you rolled that hit dice for your health. It's whatever that die number is.
For
So like wizards are the worst, the tankier you are, the more you heal on a short rest, so on and so forth.
Okay, what if I'm at max HP? Do I still have to roll?
You can
Okay.
choose to take a short rest for sake of recovering actions and stuff, and choose not to spend any hit dice.
yes.
Okay, then I'll just won't spend anything because I haven't taken any damage at all. And
Okay,
Okay.
so I rolled a 1.
You recover 1 hit point.
Okay.
I don't remember what die I used.
Whenever you click
but
on short rest, it will tell you what your die is.
Oh, okay.
Perfect. I'm back to full health. I rolled
1d8
6.
plus 1.
Mm.
Okay.
By the way, on D&D Beyond, it says that it also adds your constitution to it. Whenever you roll it.
5
don't
plus
think
1,
so.
so I heal for 6, so I'm at max.
If you do, then add your constitution. Let me look it up real quick.
I don't think that's
Yeah,
right.
yeah,
Adds character's con modifier to it.
yep.
I did not know that.
That's why mine says plus 1.
So Aries, you
Mm.
recover 1 plus whatever constitution is.
Plus 2, so 3. Okay. 2 more points. So I'm 9 out of 10 for hit points. Almost fully healed.
All right.
After
Just out of curiosity, where are you rolling this? Because it didn't pop up in the campaign 1 for some reason.
Oh,
no, she rolled
I
it in the
rolled
campaign
it.
1. She rolled a 1.
Yeah, then 1.
Let me refresh my page because I see Renine and Yorglatz. I do not see a Aries.
She
Yeah,
literally
see,
rolled
your
before
guys'
me.
Before that.
Your
Yeah.
guys' don't show up for me for whatever reason. I don't know why.
Ah,
I
there we
see
go.
everybody's.
I see a room.
Try refreshing the page and see if it shows up now, Yorglet.
I refreshed it, but I guess I have to wait until somebody rolls, huh?
We shall see. I don't think that's going to be a huge issue because I can always just tell you what the rolls are.
And you can
'cause I
also
know I
look
can
at
see
my
all.
stream. I have an
That's
updated
also true.
dice roller thing now.
Okay, dope. Yeah. I'll just do that then.
And then we can figure that out later for like future references.
Uh-huh. Okay, sweet.
All right. So hour passes, you all complete your short rests, accomplishing whatever minimal activity you wanted to do during that. What would you like to do now?
I have a question. How long does it take to put on armor?
What kind of armor?
I have chain armor.
So I don't like the rules where it's like you have to spend 10, 15 minutes.
But it
It's
took an
not an
hour.
yeah. It's not an action quick, but I'll say like for sake of it because it's just tedious taking an hour out of every day for armor that I'll say what sounds fair 2 minutes because 2 minutes in D&D is actually a very long amount of time.
Yeah, it's like what,
It's
20
20
actions?
rounds.
20
Yeah.
rounds, yeah. Okay.
That's to the point where it's not going to be like you'll try to pull this off in combat, but at the same time it's not punishing to where you're just like every day we lose an hour because one of us wears heavy armor.
Oh, it's gonna suck whenever I get attacked without armor, though. Okay. Well, all right. She puts on her chainmail. Oh,
Okay.
speaking of which, I forgot to change my mind. Check it. Continue.
Does would Yorglat, because of his knowledge of the city, know of any um any like black market merchants that are awake at night in the city? Or no? Or would you want me to roll for that?
Hmm. Realistically, how much do you feel that you would know about this city at this point? How familiar would you say you are?
Well, he's been here for a couple of weeks, so not an insane amount, but he's been doing nothing but perusing.
Okay, go ahead and so let's see, what could you roll for that? I will say you can either roll a history check, flat, like just a regular history check, or a
Okay.
charisma check but with disadvantage.
Um,
History to just see if you've like seen and know of it. Charisma to see if you were able to work your way at least into the inner circle of one of them to get the information you seek.
at disadvantage, so I have to take the worst of the two, correct?
Correct, if you do that one.
Okay, because my charisma is +3. Um, yeah, I'll do charisma with disadvantage.
All right.
Fuck, I got a 5. And
You're not
a
aware of
6.
it. You know most shops close. Uh, there's some spots still open, like the general goods stays open, the tavern stays open pretty much all night, except for like maybe 2 hours to restock for breakfast at like 5 in the morning. But other than that, they're open pretty much the entire time. But you're not aware of any less than legal establishments, at least at this point in time.
Okay. Um. Fuck. Okay. Jurglad's just gonna take a walk then. He's gonna get up out of his room after resting, sleeping for a bit, and get all of his gear together again and start taking a walk outside.
All right. What would everyone else like to do?
I'm just gonna stay in my room until the time of the meeting.
Okay.
I think I would just stay and pester Valzor. Probably ask him a little bit where he's from. Try to
Would
get
you
that out of him.
would you like to do any of that in character, or do you want to just kind of like how do you want to do that? If you'd like
Um,
to attempt to pester Valzor to get information, go for it.
uh, so Valzor, where did you say you're from?
I can't tell you.
Almost got him.
Why exactly can you not tell me?
Uh, long story short, it's hidden.
What do you mean by hidden?
Exactly what I said, hidden. It's not in plain sight.
Uh, so it's a secret of where you're from or how to get there?
It's more of where I'm from rather than how to get there. People that know, but people that don't know shouldn't. Probably
Why should
because they aren't involved in it.
curious. Is there any way I could find out? Wait, can I? Is there something I can roll to try to figure it out? Or would I have any way of knowing?
So on player-to-player interactions, it's less less role-based. I'll say you can roll a history check, and depending on how well you do, I'll give you like generic information that might help you as a player narrow it down. But I wouldn't just be like, oh yeah, it's from insert area.
Okay. I'll roll for history then.
If you could also make him slip up and like describe it
Uh,
almost.
I rolled a 12.
You definitely know there's a lot of hidden areas in this world. But what that does assure you is it's for sure nothing named on like any major map, nothing that you would have ever heard directly in any story. So if you've ever like in your background or at any point in time go, "Oh, I know of that place," you get the feeling it's not that.
Okay.
That's about all I can give you with a 12.
Okay.
You know,
They just sit in silence, I guess.
I mean, you guys could sleep as well. Like sleeping is a thing that people do.
Can I sleep again?
I mean, you can short rest, but you've already used your hit die, so you can't.
Okay. I'll just do another short rest.
Like you can just keep resting. It's just you
Yeah,
don't
I'll
gain any further benefit from it.
Yeah, I'm cool with that. I'm gonna sleep until morning.
Till morning or until the meeting.
Until the meeting.
Yeah,
Okay.
because you guys
That's
did share
basically
about it,
morning.
so if you want to, you can technically sneak out, even if I don't invite you to it.
Yes.
Okay, Runian, what are you doing for the potentially 3 hours and 20 minutes after your short rest ends?
She's probably gonna continue writing in her diary about uh what happened today, what weird people she met, and then um put away her diary, stuff it, and then we got she probably will head on down the stairs and then just sit at the tavern, listen to the bustling.
All right. So you head downstairs. The tavern does seem to die out very early, around 11:30 at night. It's already maybe only a quarter full of what you're familiar with. Still busy in terms of like a normal restaurant, but in terms of the bustling festival tavern that you were remembering from earlier in the day, that is definitely not the scene anymore. There's less people, noises are easier to be heard, it's less chaotic. The wait staff is able to keep up with the orders. Food is slowly coming out of the kitchen. The food looks differently prepared. The plating and the serving is not the same, potentially a different person cooking. Um, but you get the feeling that, everything is more normalized for the time being. Yorglut, you were out wandering about. What were you aiming to do while wandering?
Um, I think mainly just thinking about stuff and taking like probably around like a 30 minute to an hour long walk.
Okay.
If there's anything that happens, then that happens. But kind of just to clear his head and get his thoughts under control before going back to the tavern.
Would you, just for sake, because I'm going to have you make potentially a couple rolls depending on how long you say, how long of a walk?
Like a
30 or
30.
an hour? Which, like,
Um,
which?
uh, we'll say an hour long walk. Fuck it, let's go.
Okay. I would like you to go ahead and make. We'll start with just one perception check for now
Oh god. Okay.
and see how that goes.
21.
Okay. So as you exit and you enter the market district and you're walking around in the market district, you spend your time amongst your thoughts. You're kind of passively taking in the sights as you have been for the couple weeks you've been here. Seeing if there's anything interesting, anything that you could potentially find unusual or apart from the normal of this town, something that catches your eye. Perhaps maybe a shady merchant, perhaps somebody who seems to be doing something less than on the board. Uh,
Uh-huh.
Nothing of that nature really catches your eye immediately, but as you're sort of about to catch, like, or about to exit the market district more towards like the center of town where the fountain and the sort of plaza was, you notice that there's a couple people that seem to be sort of hooded, black sort of cloaks that are skirting around the buildings. They're not in the main thoroughfare.
Uh-huh.
Three of them in total before they duck behind one of the buildings that appears to be some form of a alchemy like shop, not the one from earlier. This one's more of like transmutation, turning like stone into iron style alchemy. And they
Okay.
duck behind the back of that building, and that's the last you see of them.
Oh, okay. Um, Yorglot kind of noticing this, these three hooded figures, um, also hooded himself, probably looking sketchy as fuck, kind of follows them, but tries to be sneaky about it, to not let them know he's there
Okay,
and
go ahead.
spy on them.
Go ahead and roll a stealth check for me.
I have no stealth. Okay. Oh fuck, a 6.
All right. As you make your way as quietly as you're capable of in sort of like the heat of the moment, kind of like, oh, finally something exciting happening at night, something that catches my interest. You make your way behind the alchemy shop. You're not really nearly as quiet as you could be, but when you get around the back, you don't see any sign of them. You don't see any open doors. You didn't hear any doors shut. You look at the ground. You don't see any footprints, at least distinctly leading through the dirt path. You kind of look around, you see some barrels, you see some crates, you see a couple windows, none of which are open. Uh, it's fairly poorly lit, but there is some torchlight on the back sort of sides of these buildings, just a little bit to sort of light up the area. But you see currently no trace of 3 individuals that you previously saw.
And there's no other alleyways, like this is a dead end.
No, so it's the back of the building. It is sort of like it's not an alleyway, but it's also not a road. It's sort of just like open area behind the buildings before you get to the next buildings on the other side. So it's got
Okay.
like a good 15-foot-ish width to it, between the back of the building and the back of the buildings on the other side. And it has not paved dirt, but like grass, sort of like pasture like field to it, leading behind, with some footprints, some trampled down grass from, days travel, but nothing that looks recent or fresh.
Okay, but there's no indication, or like the building layout isn't to the point where they could have just turned around another corner and then I just missed them or anything. Like
They were moving quickly, so they could have, but it's also hard to know which direction they'd have gone.
Okay. I guess I'll try to look around and see if there's any indication on either the walls or the ground or like around a corner. See if they could have gone anywhere, if there's a
Okay.
door that I can't see.
Go ahead and make an investigation check.
Okay. Oh my god! 4. That's something I'm proficient in too. Fuck me.
A minute or so passes. You're looking around. You're like, where did these people go? Trying to find some clue, some hint. At this point, you know that they're probably, even if you were able to pick up a track, they're going to have a huge head start on wherever they were going. Couple more seconds passed, and an individual in the alchemy shop opens up the back window. What are you doing out here at night?
Nothing. Sorry. I just thought I saw some sketchy people coming around behind your shop. That's all.
Only sketchy person around my shop is you.
I apologize. Are you open right now? May I come in?
We're not open, sorry.
Alright. I'm sorry to bother you. I'll be on my way. Just look out.
Sure thing.
Okay, and then I guess Yorgla just walks off back to the way he came. He couldn't find any, kind of confused as to how the fuck those guys just disappeared.
As you head back to the main thoroughfare, just because you had a high perception, something you do notice, and having a, not a bad memory, but at least a somewhat decently good one, better than most people. The alchemy shop's lights were on when you went around back. They were on when you came back around front. And as you start heading down the main thoroughfare again, about 20 seconds, or not even 20 seconds, like 5-10 seconds or so, the light level in the area diminishes. And as you look behind you, the alchemy shop has shut off their light.
And you said the light everywhere around me diminishes a little bit?
Just from, the light source from the alchemy shop was providing light into the road, and that now being gone has diminished the overall light level here.
Okay. Do I hear any struggling happen, like a clang or?
Nope.
Just the light turns off.
Yep.
I don't want to go into this and he's just sleeping. I just broke into his house. Are any of the windows eye level with the ground?
The one in the back is definitely eye level to the ground, the one that you looked out from. There's one on the side, very small, sort of like, not necessarily eye level to the ground, but you know how like in a like basement, there's sometimes that little like small, maybe 6-inch by 8-inch window that's just
Yeah.
kind of a crack to give some light down there. There's one of those as well.
Okay. Can I try to peek through both those windows? First the basement one, and then the one that he poked through. Try to see
Okay.
what's inside.
I will say, since you've already been spotted, your character would know you were not being quiet, so you may re-roll your stealth going back.
Okay. So you want me to roll stealth for this?
Hmm.
Okay. Come on. Oh my god, a 7.
Okay. Go ahead and roll. Which window are you starting with?
The basement one.
Go ahead and
Since-
roll a perception check.
Okay, come on. Come on, come on, come on. 17.
All right. As you look in the window, you don't see any signs of movement, any signs of life, any signs of people. But with what minimal moonlight you do have that's sort of peeking in through here, you do see a hung up cape, a singular one, not 3, but 1. But it looks similar to the make of the ones you saw earlier. But as you're looking and you're trying to get a better view and see more, you do start hearing footsteps coming from upstairs towards the general direction of the front door. So you can choose to take that as you will.
And this window down at the basement, is it on the same wall as the front door, or is it on the side of the house? Or
It is on the side of the house, not the same as the front door.
Okay. Can I open the window from the outside, or no? Is it locked?
You sort of try to push on it, and it doesn't appear to open.
Okay. And alright.
Perhaps if you had tools or spent some more time, you could get it open, but it doesn't appear it's going to just pop open.
Could I use... I don't know, that might be loud though. Would I be able to use a crowbar silently?
That would rely on your stealth check, which right now you're not doing well at, but your character could.
Okay. You said that I couldn't see anybody in there, correct? All I saw was the...
You saw a cloak that looked similar to the 3. That's all you were really able to make out of interest.
Okay. Can I... I don't know, that might be too bright. Can I cast my cantrip light to try to see things better through the window?
Yeah, you could.
Okay, then I would like to do that. I would like to cast light.
Alright. You... Well, wait, so which... Is it light or your light spells?
Yeah.
Light.
So I use light on an object, and
You could
it-
cast it on the window then.
Yes, that's exactly what I would like to do.
Okay, so the window begins emitting a glowing light, and you're able to see through it. It is a bit hard. It is bright in your face as well, but you do now have a light source beaming into the room that makes it easier to see. You're able to see not one cloak anymore, but 4 or 5 cloaks. It's hard to tell as they're all hanging on a rack, and sort of intermixed with one another. But you'd for sure see multiples of the same type of cloak. If you see a large sort of like wardrobe in the back that's connected to the back side of the building as far as where it's located, you see several crates that appear to be about 4x4x4 wooden boxes. You see a sort of small table, and as you're looking at the table, you do hear the latch on the lock of the front door click, unlock. And the table, though, in that second, as you hear the unlocking sound of the front door, it doesn't look like an alchemical table or any form of alchemical setup. It has candles on it, sort of dark grayish, ashen candles. It has a sort of charred leather bound book in the center of it, as well as some sort of small vial placed in front of the book.
Okay. And I hear them unlocking the door, correct?
You hear the front door unlock. You don't know who or what, but yes, the front door is unlocked.
Okay. Then I quickly take away my light as I hear the door unlock and try to hide around the corner of the wall and make a little amount of noise as possible until whoever's coming out the door has gone and left.
Since it's still the early sessions of the campaign, I will say you can go ahead and make another stealth check.
Okay. I mean, if you want me to fail completely, go ahead, but...
No, it's your character is intentionally going, oh shit, I need to hide, so I think that can warrant another stealth check. Later on, normally your stealth checks and perception checks will go until something is given away that you're doing poorly at it, but I think the unlocking is enough of a reasoning for me to give you another stealth check here.
Okay. Oh, 19.
Okay. You press yourself up against the corner of the wall, making as little noise as possible. You see a light source coming out from the front of the door, walks around, walks past the side of the building you're on, and continues off for making their way to the center of town, and then taking a turn towards the farming area of town and continuing on that way. You see the individual who opened the window, as well as 3 other individuals that you were unfamiliar with.
And they don't have cloaks.
Currently, no.
Okay. Did I hear them lock the door after they come out?
You do not.
Okay. I would like to try to go in, fuck it, through the front door, still being sneaky, not just bashing in. Sneaking in the front door, and what do I see when I go inside?
Okay, so you walk around back to the front door. You open it up. It is very dark in the room. You don't have a clear vision of anything. What you see, though, in the immediate entrance, 100% fits all of your expectations of an alchemical shop. You see stones of runes. You see cauldrons. You see, iron scales that could be used to weigh different powders, things of that nature.
Now, I do have dark vision. Does that help me see?
Yeah, it helps you see, but again, it's still nothing more than typical alchemical shop that you see here.
Okay. Alright.
You do see in the back there's the stairs that lead up and down as well, but those presumably lead to new floors.
Okay. Then I would like to work my way over to the stairs that go down. And if they lead down to a door or just straight down into the basement, I would like to go there.
Okay, you make your way quietly over towards the stairs that are heading down. As you reach the top of the stairs, you can see down with your dark vision to the bottom of the lower level. You see a door that doesn't seem right to you. The outside of this house is made of wood. The floor of the first, the alchemical shop is made of wood. The walls leading down are of like a stone foundation. The walls leading up to the next floor were wooden. The ceiling was wooden. This door is very dark gray iron.
Oh, okay. I like to work my way down to it and try to open it. See if it opens.
All right. You make your way down, begin pressing on the door. It appears as though it could open. It feels very heavy.
Very heavy. So I'm okay. I mean, I'm not very strong, but might as well. I put my feet, I'm almost holding myself at a horizontal pace. I've put my foot on the vertical part of the steps to try to push as hard as I can.
Okay, so if we're going stealth here to use all of your strength to open this?
Fuck it, yeah. We're just fucking pushing it as hard as we can.
Okay.
Stealth be gone.
It's not so poorly made to where using your strength you're able to open it. If you had been trying to be stealthy, you do gather it would have been quite the difficult task to pull off. But using your strength, you shove it open, and as it opens, you hear, and the door opens with a loud creak.
Oh god. Okay. Not wanting to make another loud creak, I leave the door open as I walk inside. Now that I'm in, do I see anything else, or is it still just the cloaks with the alchemy table that doesn't look right?
And the crates in the wardrobe, but yes.
And the crates in the wardrobe. Okay. First I'll walk over to the alchemy table and pick up. You said there was a book and a potion, correct?
A book in some form of a vial with liquid in it.
Okay. I'll walk over to those two things and I'll pick up the vial.
Okay.
And do I feel any kind of arcana resonance on it or no?
Go ahead and make an Arcana check.
Okay. Fuck, 7.
You do not get any sort of an arcane nature. However, the setup to you does scream arcane. But the vial itself doesn't appear magical by itself. Though looking at it closer and examining it, it does give off a very blood-like appearance.
Blood-like, okay. Alright, then I'll just pocket that for now. And
Okay.
then I'll start, I'll open the book and start reading through it, see if I can discern anything from it.
Alright, in your languages, do you currently speak Infernal?
I do not speak Infernal.
You do not understand any of it.
Okay. Do I understand that it is Infernal language or no?
No, you're not familiar with Infernal just as
So-
a...
It
Yeah.
just looks like gibberish to me. Okay. Then I pocket the book as well. Did we tell each other what languages we did? We had that fucking
Yeah.
that
Yeah, we had the
Sausage
language
over.
talk at the table.
yeah. So knowing that I know somebody who knows Infernal, I pocket the book.
Well, you don't know it's Infernal, but...
Oh, I don't. Okay, yeah. Then I just pocket the book anyways because I want to take it.
You do know you have friends who speak a lot more languages than you do, so like you know that, but you do not know exactly what language is in said book, so you wouldn't know who to directly bring it to.
Okay. So I'll pocket the book and then I will rummage through the cupboard and the crates to see what exactly is inside them.
Which first?
Crates.
Okay, they are sealed shut, would require some form of a crowbar or other tool to open.
Okay. Then I go to the wardrobe.
You open the wardrobe, and as you open it, you don't see any clothing, but you do see a slightly ajar false back to it that appears to lead into sort of a hidden entrance that appears to have stairs leading up to the backside of the house below where you saw crates.
Okay. If I were to go back to the tavern, how much time would have passed? Like if right now I decided to just
You'd
leave,
have been on a walk for a total of like 15 minutes and then 10 minutes of this.
so
so
about
25.
an hour and 25 minutes would have passed totally.
About 25.
Well, 'cause I
This was like the immediate part of your walk.
Oh, okay.
You made it to
Alright.
barely the end of the market district, and you saw this and got involved.
Okay. All right. I still have time. Then, noticing the false back, I want to use my crowbar on the crates. I don't know how loud it would be. Like I try to do it as stealthy as I can, I guess.
Go ahead
However-
and make a sleight of hand check.
Oh God. 10.
Not extraordinarily loud, but it's about as loud as you would expect from prying open nails from a sealed crowbar or a sealed crate with a crowbar. It's not quiet by any means, but it's also less quiet than the door. So you imagine if anyone heard the door, or if anyone could hear these crates, they for sure heard the door. Is basically what you would gather.
Okay.
As the crate pops open, you look inside, and you see sort of a familiar color of wood, a ashen sort of decayed, almost grayed husk of wood that appears unmoving and stationary. And you see stacks of these branches.
Familiar as in where would I
You
have
get a
seen it?
very strong feeling that it belongs to the husks and things that roam the land.
Oh, okay. Are any of these small enough that I could hide them in my cloak, or are they all pretty decent sized?
You could grab a couple twigs that would hide easy enough.
Yeah, I'll take one. I'll take a twig, and pocket it as well. And then I'll head back over to the wardrobe and push open or take off the false back, whatever. If it's a door, then I push it open. If it's
Easy
a
enough to push open.
okay, then yeah, I'll push open the false door.
You push it open, it opens much quieter than the iron door. Make your way into the door, I presume, and up towards the back.
Yes.
The pathway is very narrow, very hard to imagine there being any sort of extra hidden spots in here. You make your way up to the back, and as you make your way up to the back, you catch a familiar lantern light off into the distance that is returning at this point.
Fuck. Okay. I haven't made it to whatever destination this hallway goes to yet, though.
You would be out in the back of the building, where
back
you
of the
initially
building.
saw
Okay.
the three.
Okay. Then I close the secret passage behind me, and I walk. Can I walk around the other buildings, but that are behind this this shop, as to not get seen by them? Or would I have to go back to the front and start walking?
You could stay in the back. You don't know if they'd be able to catch you between the alleys as they walk their own way, but you would. So they are coming back from the center of town, and if you were to head straight back to the tavern, the odds are they would not pass an alleyway where they would see you, as you'd both be heading the same direction. If you were to continue your walk further into the center of town, then you would pass by a spot where the alley may or may not pass them.
Okay, then no, I will head back to the tavern.
All right.
Using the alleyways.
You make your way back to the tavern using the back path and the alleyways. It's a little bit harder to find your way. You don't see as many familiar sights, but eventually you think you recall the sort of area you're in, and you begin to hear the din of the tavern. It is a much darker walk, which gives it the impression that it was also a little bit longer than you felt like it should have been. But now that you've kind of regained your bearings, you have an idea of where the tavern is. Takes you about, again, that 15-minute walk back. You're now back at the tavern. What would you like to do?
Okay. Knowing that I have friends or companions that know many languages that I do not, I will go up to the rooms.
I think
and...
I should be sitting at the tavern, right?
You
Oh,
are you
oh,
paying
you are.
attention for people?
I mean, he would be able to see me is what I was referring to.
Yeah, I mean, I would be able to see her pretty clearly. A fucking 6'4" bunny, no or no?
Yeah,
It'd be pretty
and
easy.
in chainmail now.
And in general, yeah. And
Shiny.
there's a lot less people now. I think you said as well. So,
It's
I
still
see-
crowded by restaurant standards. It's just not bustling tavern festival crowded.
Okay. Well, if I do see her, if I do see Runine, then I'll walk
do.
over to her. Okay, I'll walk over to her. Sit down at the table she's at. Is she by herself or is she with others?
By myself for now. I have not seen Eris or Valzor.
Okay. Well, I meant with like random people as well, because.
Oh, no. She's by herself.
All right. Then I walk over to Runine and sit down with her, and pull back my cloak. And
Welcome back.
I have a question for you.
I may answer.
Yorglat pulls out the book of unknown language and flips it open and flips it around and pushes it to her and says, do you know exactly what this says? I cannot read this language.
What is the language? Well, actually, Lauren, you would know. I only know Elvish.
You know, Infernal.
Oh, it's Infernal? Yeah, no. Never mind.
You do not.
Sorry, I do not understand any of this.
Would you know if Valzor or Ares would know?
I mean, I know them as best as you do. I don't recall all the languages that they spoke the 5 minutes we were speaking in different languages earlier. Or yesterday, I guess. Could
Alright,
wait
do you
until
know
they
what-
come down. Oh, sorry.
No, you're okay. Do you know what room they're staying in?
I was not spying on them. I was, after all, the first one to return to my room, so I have no idea where any of your rooms are.
Okay. Yeah, Yorglot kind of in almost an excited haste, thinking that this book might be some kind of magical instrument, goes and looks for Valzor and Ares' rooms.
Vernian would, like,
not...
look at this, actually be like, huh.
Go ahead and for a continuity's sake, roll a 1d20 plus a 1d10 to see how long it takes you to find their room.
Okay. 1d20, natural 20, 1d10, 3.
So it takes you damn near the entire upper floor to find their room.
Oh
You're knocking
my
around.
God.
People trying to sleep. Can you not? Uh, During this, if you two are awake, you do begin to start hearing knock, 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 and then you hear angry voice, knock, 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 angry voice, knock, 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 angry voice, and then as it gets closer, about 10 or so rooms into Yorglot's attempts, you hear knock, 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 Yorglot's voice followed by angry voice.
Oh, what the fuck was the natural 20? Was that the room number? Was that the 20th fucking room?
Hmm.
Oh my God.
Oh damn.
Again. Well, I'm sitting there knocking at your door, I guess.
I open the door.
Okay, yeah, okay.
You can open it.
No, nah, you got it.
Who's closest to the door?
Probably Ares.
Yeah, probably me. So I open the door and I shout at Yorglot, "Hey, we're in here."
Finally. Listen, I've a question to ask you two. Yorglot kind of walks into the room without you even inviting him.
Hey, what?
Listen, is there like a table, anywhere?
It's a very simple room. There is a singular end table, a singular bed, as well as a singular chair.
Okay. Then Yorglot walks over to the end table and puts the book out and flips it open to a random page and shows it to both of them. Do either of you two understand this language?
I have no clue.
I do.
You do.
You do.
What
Yeah.
language is this?
This is infernal.
All right,
Infernal.
Valzor, do you glance? Do you read?
I read.
How much do you read?
I look at Yorglot. What do you want to know about this book?
What does it contain? What is its... Well, what kind of book is it?
Okay, Valzor, I'm
Ellen
going to
is-
begin reading.
I
Tell
was
me
gonna.
when Valzor stops.
Okay.
From my memories, I offer the Great One wisdom. From my blood, I offer the Great One power. From my life, I offer the Great One flesh. From the ashes, they shall rise. From the flames, they shall conquer. From our sacrifice, they shall live. And that is the end of the page.
Okay. I kind of describe what I just read to Yorglot. Yorglot, I think this is talking about whatever those creatures are, those husks.
Alright. Yorglot, as he says that, pulls out the twig that he found in the house and puts it on the table. You mean like this? These things?
Where did you get all this?
Listen, just keep reading for me, okay? I need to know what this says, what this book is about.
Okay,
I'll
I'll
explain
read the
everything
next
afterwards.
page then.
Did we read
Right,
it? Oh, okay, never mind.
No, she's still sitting at the
No, no.
tavern because you didn't invite her.
All right. Read the next page.
Hmm. Yes, sir.
Through the fires of the Ancient One, the world shall be incinerated, and life reborn. From the depths of chaos, the world shall be reset, and set as it should. The life of this world is tainted, corrupt, and foul. From this ritual, I offer to the Great One a portal to enter our realm.
After reading that, I tell Yorglot that this is probably, or rather, Yorglot, I think this is a really bad idea to keep reading this. I don't think we should be messing with this book. Maybe we should bring it to that one guy later. Maybe he would be able to figure out what this is and maybe he would know what to do with it, but I don't think this is in our realm of understanding, or rather, we shouldn't be messing with this book.
Hearing Valzor repeat back what he's read, with my knowledge of magic, would I have any idea what kind of?
Were you reading it out loud or in silence?
Out loud.
The twig begins to glow with sort of a whitish color, and the vial that you have pocketed, the liquid begins to seep out of the opening in the top and onto your cloak before making its way to the twig and beginning to infuse itself with the twig.
Is there any way to stop this thing?
Can I try?
Ripperoni!
Well, first off, I'm gonna say, Ares, go get Runin.
Yes, of course. Can I leave the room? Like, I'm still able to leave the room, right?
Yeah?
Okay, then I run down to go get Rooney.
Like I'm
Alright,
gonna
you-
do anything.
As you're running, you hear a couple doors behind you open up. Would you be quiet? And get down to the tavern.
Sorry. So I run down and I look for Rooney around the tavern. How? And I find her, right? You didn't leave the tavern?
Yeah, it would not be hard to find her at all.
She's just
Okay.
casually sitting at a table, drinking like a little bit of whiskey.
Rooney, we seem to have a problem.
What are you talking about?
Could you just follow me, please?
She like blinks several times. All right, I will come along. Oh boy.
I lead her back upstairs, I'm guessing, or back to the room.
Yes. She just quietly follows the whole entire time.
So, as they're coming back, or whatever, can I? Obviously, this is some kind of magic. Can I try to discern what kind of magic is going on, or is this like beyond me, even?
Go ahead and roll an Arcana check. You gather that this is probably more complicated magic than you've ever dabbled with at this point in your life.
Fuck. Oh, nine.
You get the feeling that just off of what Valzor said earlier, it's likely conjuration, but you're not sure.
Also do an Arcana check, or rather, like, would I be able to discern what the kind of magic this is? Like,
Not really. You're not a particularly magical individual.
I would be I mean I could get an intelligence check maybe? Could I?
You could see Valzor with like a history check if you've heard of it, like this book or anything infernal of this. But magic-wise, you would not be able to really know what magic this is, as you haven't had a whole lot of encounters with spells.
All right. Okay. That's
Can
fair.
I try anything?
I think Alon was talking to Valzor. Valzor could do a history one, seeing as it is
Yes.
infernal.
Yeah.
yeah. Yeah. Would I be able to apply advantage here, or is this not one of those types? Rather?
This well infernal does not pertain to your backstory.
Okay. So no.
No.
Okay. So history. One. God damn it.
Oh, you got a one.
I got
Oof.
technically 2 because +1, but I got a nat 1.
Yeah, none of this rings a bell.
Okay.
Uh,
So as I entered the room, What was happening? Like, did something happen as she was entering?
You see a blood-like liquid flowing from Yorglot's cloak into the air, infusing into an ashen twig.
Do not touch that. Whatever that was, I have a bad feeling about it. Do not touch it.
I was not planning on it.
Has it done anything since then, or is it just sitting there now infused with the
The-
blood?
The blood is still attempting to fully infuse with this twig.
Should
So
we
it's in
destroy
process
the...
of infusing.
Should we smash the twig? She, like, lifts up her
No,
hammer.
No, no. Leave it alone. Leave it alone.
I'm
to
in
watch.
favor.
I think we should isolate it.
Do not touch the twig. This
I
is
don't-
intriguing.
Does anyone have a cloth or something to cover it and probably throw it out or something?
You see the liquid already flowing through his cloak. You gather that that's probably not gonna be effective.
Oh, yeah, that's fair.
Should we try to sneak this outside?
Yorglot. So it's still infusing, correct? Like it hasn't gotten finished yet?
It is still attempting to infuse with the blood, yes.
Wait. Don't touch it. Let it finish what it's doing. If you try to mess with it, it might backfire.
Are you sure?
If anything goes wrong, we'll deal with it.
Alright.
And Yorglot kind of has an almost like, it's the first time you've seen Yorglot excited about something.
Oh no.
As he's just passionately staring at this concoction.
How
Okay,
long do you continue to watch without doing anything? Each of you.
I was just about to ask if I could do something while watching, if that's possible.
Okay. Yeah, depending on what it is, but sure.
Can I like make sure that I have my weapon equipped?
Yes, you can gather your equipment.
Okay.
Yeah.
I would like to back away.
Whoever's backing away, Runin would probably just like stand in front of. So she'll stand in front of you if you're the only one backing away.
Yorglot probably the closest because he's so enthralled in this magic, but still weary for any kind of misfire or explosion that
close?
might happen.
Uh-oh.
We'll say. I mean, how long is the room?
About 20 feet in length, about 10 feet in width.
Okay, then probably around like 5 feet away. So pretty fucking close, but not all up on it.
Keep in mind, in D&D, 5 feet is considered melee.
Okay, then 10 feet.
Okay.
Sure. I was thinking realistic, but yeah.
Yeah,
10
just
feet.
most things in D&D go by fives. So 5 feet is
Yeah,
the
yeah.
square next to it.
Yeah. Close enough. He's still the closest, probably, but far enough away that he is ready for something. So, like 10 feet ish.
Do you have the door open, or did one of the two shut it? As they came
Sorry, I should have emphasized that I would have closed the door since I was the last one.
in? Okay. The infusing continues for about another 45 seconds. You get the feeling maybe a quarter of the vial in your pocket has been consumed at this point. The ashen, sort of grayish twig has turned a almost crystal-like shimmering red, and it's began to give off a very familiar aura, very familiar power to the sort of tainted, corrupted pieces of equipment that you found in that pile. Except much stronger and much more potent. As it continues, though, it goes for about another 5 seconds after that, before it begins to look unstable, starts glowing red as if it's containing more energy in this twig than it can hold, as the infusion continues to try to find new sources for the ritual to take hold of. And you can see the trail of this sort of blood-like liquid begin to thrash about violently in the air, trying to find a new source and unable to before pouring more into this one source that can barely contain it.
Oh, God. Okay.
So do we smash it?
How?
I don't think the twig can hold all the power that it's giving it. Yorglot takes out the bottle or the vial in his pocket, and how exactly is it seeping through it? Like, has it pushed the lid off a little bit, or is it like going through the bottle completely?
It appears to be turning into like an ethereal arcane energy that appears to be pouring out of the glass itself.
Okay. And how much of the vial is left?
About 3/4.
About 3/4. Okay. Yorglot will quickly look at either one of this, all three of them, and say, "Okay, smash the twig. We can't let this keep going."
All right.
As he kind of tries to hide the bottle to stop the essence from leaking.
She tries to smash the twig. Right.
Are you using your hammer, fist?
I'm not using my fist. If anything, she's gonna use her one-handed warhammer, not the big one that she just got.
Oh my God! Fucking put a hole through the fucking floor.
Okay, so the old warhammer.
Yes.
You pull that out. Easy enough to hit an unmoving, unalive target. Not going to make you roll to hit. Go ahead and roll for damage.
What is my damage with this thing? Okay. Wait, what's the other option for damage? Is that when I want to do two-handed?
If you're using it versatile, yeah, that's two-handed.
Oh, okay. I'm not gonna do that. I'll do one-handed. What do we got? 8 damage.
You bring it down, and with a loud thud and a slight dent remaining beneath this twig on the table that it was set on, the now already unstable twig shimmers glowing bright red before it shatters into a burst of like red arcane energy flying out.
At me?
I'm thinking positions in the room.
Well, I'm closest 100%.
Yes, right now you are closest.
Oh,
Runine
no.
and Yorglot both make a dexterity saving
Oh.
throw.
Oh God!
No.
Oh, that is not good for me.
Saving throw?
Save.
Oh,
Natural 20. Let's go, baby.
Oh, let's
Oh!
go!
Sir.
I got an unnatural 20. No,
Double nat 20s.
it's an unnatural 20. It's just
Oh.
19
No,
plus
no,
1.
I know, but still,
Okay.
it's 20. They both got 20.
As it shatters, you're both able to duck below the table quickly enough as these red shards fly out from it, impaling the wood and the room with this sort of shrapnel of this energy. The arcane energy begins to dissipate, and the sort of like gouges left in the wood begin to become more visible as the shattered twig begins to crumble into dust. And as you look at the wood of this building, it has a very ashen-like color to it now. It doesn't
Oh,
appear
no.
to be spreading, but wherever it was impaled appears to have been afflicted.
Oh no. We should probably leave this room.
I second that decision.
Let's go down to the tavern and I can tell you guys how I came across this stuff. as he puts his vial back into his pocket, still 3/4 full,
Oh my
and
goodness.
grabs the book.
I would love to know where this came from.
And grabs the book. And
The book
starts walking
feels
in.
warm to you at the
Oh
moment.
no.
Alright.
Who-
Yorglot walks out the door and starts walking down to the tavern to sit at an empty table.
Are you sure we
people
should be
call?
talking about this in the tavern? Possibly might have messed up now.
It's not my room.
Ooh.
Technically, you're in charge because we are a group now. And you have involved us now, Yorglot.
Hey,
One that
hey,
brought the book to me.
I am paying for my own room, okay? Tavern's gonna charge Valzor and Ares, alright? If you guys want to go out of the tavern, then sure, but Yorglot is just gonna go sit down. But if you guys want to be like, hey, get up, get out of the tavern, then you can do that.
Renine will look around. Is there anyone around?
Tavern is still relatively busy.
There's. Oh, it's still relatively busy.
The same, pretty much the same as when you left. You've only been gone for maybe 5-6 minutes.
I thought it diminished though a little bit.
It's still crowded for restaurant standards, as I've mentioned before. It is just not festival packed anymore.
Not 120 people, it's just 30.
All right.
There's maybe still only like 3 or 4 tables that have absolutely nobody at them out of the entire tavern.
So, okay. Well, Renine will hesitantly sit down at a table. Is there a free table?
There is a free table, yes.
Is there like a one that is far, far in a corner?
No, it seems like the quiet ones have been occupied at this time of night.
Of course. Just take this outside.
Second that idea.
Yorglot, go ahead and make a perception check for me.
God. Okay. Fuck, and that one. 3.
Nothing seems out of the ordinary to you.
Fuck.
Oh.
Okay, yeah. Yorglot says okay as he puts his hood back over his head and walks outside following Renine.
It's
I
either
think
that
you-
or we all can go to my room.
Not care where we go, but we must go quickly.
Alright, let's just go outside. Let's go. How dark is it outside now?
The streets are still lit by the festival lights and like the lights of the occasional like general shop or tavern, like I mentioned, that was open. But beyond that, it's much darker. It is at this point around 11:30, 11:45 at night, so nearing midnight. The moon is still out, so you have a good amount of moonlight, but that's about it.
I actually don't have dark vision.
You can still see enough to walk. It's just not easy to see at distance.
Right. How far do we want to walk away from alleyway?
Preferably.
This stuff seems pretty dangerous. Think we should.
Preferably. Yorglot with dark vision, being able to see a little bit better. An alleyway that looks pretty much like nobody would be in there or not around any people.
I also
Um,
have dark vision.
I would say I would help with
You do as well.
perception, but my perception probably sucks right now.
Or Ares can, well, if Ares also has
Yeah.
dark vision.
I have dark vision.
you can either both roll one, or you can roll together, and one can roll with advantage. Cool.
Mm,
You want to go?
you can roll with advantage.
Okay. What would it be? Perception?
Yeah.
12 and 17.
You're able to find one that seems secluded enough off. It appears to be behind sort of like a bookstore and like biscuit cafe. You gather no one's going to be shopping for books at midnight, and no one's going to be shopping for biscuits at midnight.
Okay. Then I signal to Rooney and Valzor and Ares to follow me as we go into that alleyway.
I
Right.
follow easily.
Are there? No, never mind. I was gonna ask if there are like any windows on this side of the alleyway, but I don't think I'll be able to really see.
So, would you care to explain how this even happened?
Alright, listen. I was on a walk, just trying to collect my thoughts, and I saw these 3 hooded figures, and I couldn't quite make them out. But I saw them go into an alleyway, and curious, I followed them, and they disappeared behind a potion maker's shop. Wanting to investigate, I started checking into windows, and there was a basement window in which I looked through, and I saw this book and this vial laying on a table that looked nothing like something that a potion maker would use and or have. And so I snuck inside, took the potion, or took the vial, took the book, and found that twig, but a lot of it. There's crates full of it in this basement.
How
And
many exactly would you say? Hundreds? Hundreds? There we go.
There's about 6 4x4 crates.
it
You
was-
don't know if they're all ashen branches, but you gather if they were all ashen branches, probably around 500 pounds worth.
There was around 5 or 6 crates full of ashen, or one was at least full of ashen branches. I only checked the one, but if they were all, there could have been 400, 500 pounds worth of these branches.
Would Renine know anything about husks?
Beyond the standard knowledge, no.
What's the standard now?
Okay, good recap. So, husks, these ashen husks are not really explained where they're from. At some point in history, there was a disease known as spirit rot, which appears to have been the beginning of it, but it's hard to tell which came first, the husk or the disease. The disease, when infected into somebody, is extraordinarily difficult to cure, and it takes a long time for it to show any extreme negative effects. The immediate onset effects are nothing more than, for example, a scar might scar over with an ashen color rather than the normal like red healing flesh color. But as time goes on, that begins to spread and cover more of the arm or wherever it was afflicted to, reaching out to different portions of the body. Thus, more lethal injuries that carry spirit rot tend to be quicker to transmit the full disease. The closer it is, for example, to your heart or to your brain, the more dangerous it can be. It goes through stereotypically what are 5 different phases. The first phase, which is onset, which is just the coloration of the skin, before then going to fatigue. The individual will feel less aware of their thoughts and sluggish, but no physical differences beyond just like a mental strain. Before then, rigidity, where their mechanical functions begin to rarely, but still occurring, seize up and generally causing what people normally might have been good at to all of a sudden not be able to do, particularly noticeable in people with finer craftsmanship such as jewelers or highly trained smiths. They have the most effect by the rigidity phase. Before then going on to the spirit phase, which is where the sort of spirit rot gets its name, where the person afflicted begins to frequently hallucinate that they are being attacked and injured by themselves, that they see themselves in front of them fighting them, and any wounds suffered from this encounter become permanent and seem to have very difficult time healing. Before then, the uh, sort of it's known by many different names, but a good descriptor of it would be the submission or takeover sort of phase, where the individual becomes one of the ashen husks. There are variants of ashen husks depending on how strong of an individual succumbs, but ashen husk seems to be a very large majority of individuals.
Oh, okay. Yeah. Um, that's dangerous. Okay.
Yeah.
Uh, so do you think we should report this to the sage? Or do
That
you
would
not?
probably be a good idea.
Or
I
should we
do.
should we not trust the sage?
Well, right now, I know you guys probably heard the conversation I had with uh with him earlier today. But if you get too much involved in this, you probably will also have to have a tracking spell put on you.
Shrugs. Well, honestly, I do not freaking care. I know I
What about you
myself will
two?
never get into trouble, but I seem to be getting into a little bit of trouble with you guys.
As long as they don't know where I've been, I'm fine.
Where you've been or where you are? Because the tracking spell will be able to tell where you are.
Just as long as they don't know where I've been.
Like right now or before?
In the past.
Before.
There we
Then,
go.
then you should be safe. What
Yes.
about you, Balzor?
I just want to ask about the tracking. I know that I'll probably end up getting it no matter what happens. Because depending
Um,
upon, of course, how long I stick with you guys, because not gonna lie, you guys are pretty fun, but depending upon how long I stay with you guys, I'll have to know more about the track.
I mean, the sage did state that it would be tracking for 6 months. If you do not go to this meeting, you will not be tracked, meaning whenever you do separate from us, they will not know where you are.
Personally, I would not try to screw this guy over. I checked him, tried to see what kind of magical power he has, and it is beyond even my comprehension. So whatever you do, I would not try to screw this guy over. I don't know much about the Ascendants, but they're obviously very powerful.
I know that they are powerful.
Okay,
Because
Allard, this is a question for you. Sorry,
Yes.
I'll actually see if you first.
well, Runine has probably stumbled upon or at least heard of descendants, but I don't think she has like the most valuable information about them. They're just valuable, super powerful beings in this world, right?
Super powerful, yes. All powerful, very clearly not, as the war is still ongoing. Um, from what the continent and Grendir is able to understand, the Ascendants, albeit mysterious for the most part, there are a few who are more public. Um, are extremely powerful individuals, but it is purely by them existing that the Empire has been able to reach a stalemate with the Dynasty.
I think Yorglot's the one who knows the least amount of the Ascent. Like, maybe have barely even heard their names just because people talk about them.
Well, they are as powerful as you can get, but not all out that they can be considered heroes, you could say. After all, the war is still going, but they are very powerful, at least to us, common folk.
Yes, he was powerful enough, or I could tell that he was powerful enough that we would not want to mess with him. So looking
He
at
is a
how-
devoted. He was an underling to the Descendants.
He's a what?
Oh, okay.
Underling?
He's devoted. He's not ascendant.
Ah.
The Drydeer is a devoted, not an ascendant.
Oh, right.
He is powerful in his own right, but he is not what the stories are about.
Alright.
Yorglot wouldn't know the difference anyways. So
That's fair.
You wouldn't know the difference, but you would know that they are very distinctly different when you hear people talk about them. Ascendants are like paraded through town if they're one of the people that like grand show, and they carry like an authority to get whatever they want. The devoted, well, very high up in command, are not regarded as highly. They are still high up there, and they're known to just be the brute force or the enforcers of the ascendants. So think similar to King and King's Guard.
okay.
But in all
So if you
honesty,
agree-
we should probably at least tell them the husks are not a thing to be trampled with, and the fact that we dodged a bullet. Well, no, I shouldn't say bullet, huh? Well, actually, no, there's guns in this game. Never mind. There are bullets.
Yeah.
Alright.
Basic guns exist.
So we dodged a bullet from that burst of crackling. But we have ruined that room, and it has been touched by darkness now. So
Yes, it was very intriguing.
she looks at him. Are
can
you
kind of
ups-
see an almost like dazed look or a glazed look on Yorglot's face, as if he's admiring his recollection of what happened in the room.
Are you crazy about magic or something?
What?
Oh.
Whatever. Listen, if you three decide to come with me, that's fine. But you have to be ready to have this spell put on you.
I'm fine. Valzor, we don't have to tell you anything if you wish to be left out.
Well, I was gonna ask if. So, I was gonna ask Alorn, or rather, would it even be possible for them to tell me without like any bad repercussions? Like if I don't even go to
Probably
avoid
not.
getting the spell?
You don't know. You don't know
Okay.
what the spell's going to be. You don't know what restrictions are going to be placed on them.
Mm-hmm.
All right. I guess I'll go. I have to ask about this tracking spell anyway, and if it means I have to have it, then so be it.
Alright, if we're all in agreement, then I suggest we don't return to the tavern, seeing as your guys' room's probably been found out by now, if not in a couple of minutes.
Well, let's hope whoever you took that from doesn't track us down.
I do not believe I was followed.
Yes, but they know what they had, and they probably know what you did if they find that room.
They can't put a face on it. Well,
Yeah.
actually,
Well, let's
I
hope
did
the
see there
Oh.
was one. The potion maker did peek his head out the window, but I had my cloak on. I don't know if he saw my face or not.
So you were not seen, period.
I was not seen during the act, but my figure was seen just beforehand.
So you were seen.
Not my face, though.
You were seen. Okay. I am going to just assume worst case scenario, we're going to have people behind our backs, probably chasing you at least. All right. I'm going to have to be going on guard now. All right. Anyways, we should tell the sage. Do you remember, is this the only alchemy? This should probably be the only alchemy store then. All right. Let us go. I don't think it would matter if we paid him an early visit.
Oh. Yeah, I mean we can go now, but
I mean, we have nowhere else to be.
Yeah. it's
Unless you
true.
wish to camp out in the woods, which probably won't be a good idea.
sure, we can go now.
Right.
Wait,
Yes,
do we
I'm
even
walking
know
towards-
where? Do we even know where to go?
I would know where at least because I've been in the city for a couple weeks.
All right. I mean,
So
I have
you're
two.
like-
I don't know
Yeah.
about a couple weeks. I have
Town
enough.
hall, it's very like it's one of the things people point out quite
Oh.
easily.
Okay.
Like it's not a secret that that's the town hall. It's very much, no, that's the town hall. You can tell it's big, it looks important, and people will tell you if you ask. Yeah, that's the town hall.
All right.
So Yorglat starts walking towards the town hall then.
Off we
Right.
go.
15 minutes pass as you're walking down the road towards the center of town. It does take you very, very near, but you are in the alleyways, so not directly in front of the alchemy potion maker like shop. You make your way down there. There is some activity in the streets, no activity in the alleyways that you can see. Before you make it to the center, and then take a left, begin heading down about 4 minutes. You make your way, having used the alleyways a little bit slower, but a bit more secretively to the town hall, and you're on the back side of it currently.
Okay. So we're on the back side of the town hall.
Correct.
Then I'll walk around to the front side.
I'm going to the front side. Yeah.
Make your way from the back side of the town hall up to the front, and as you approach around the side, there does appear to be 2 guards stationed at the front of the town hall that are kind of just standing there looking out. They don't seem particularly enthusiastic to have the night shift, but it's their job. They're paying attention. They're standing there. They're watching. A little bit of basic chit chat of, have you enjoyed the festival? Yeah, it's been a good one this year. We've had a lot of people. Yeah, but doesn't a lot of people also normally mean a little bit more trouble? Well, yes, but don't say that too loud. We don't want any panic to ensue. There's been more activity, but, nothing that we can't handle.
Wait. Can you repeat that? Sorry.
They're just talking about the festival, and doesn't more activity make for more trouble normally? And, well, yes, but it's nothing that we can't handle. Just typical one being like, yeah, but, there's more hooligans that have been attracted because there's more people in general here. And the other saying, well, yeah, but, we were prepared for that as we were last. As you step out into the main thoroughfare, though, they do take notice of you. Do you have business?
Greetings. We are here to see the sage.
Yeah, he mentioned some people might be coming at 3. I don't believe it's anywhere close to that. The moon's still high in the sky. You're a bit early. I can have him go check, and he gestures to the other guard at the door. to see if he's even in at the moment and if he's willing to accept visitors.
Would you mind if we just sit out then to wait for him?
I would imagine you'd be sitting outside waiting for us to come back with a reply at least.
All right.
The other guard kind of stands at attention, turns, opens the door, heads in, closes it behind him, and you hear a click as he locks the door.
Renine will just stand there, then look towards the group. Right? Well,
Yeah.
we'll hear.
You're gonna kind of do the same thing.
I just stand.
We'll wait for the man to come back.
Question: can I carry both my what is it? A great hammer?
Yes, you can carry both. It's not so heavy as to where you can't have other possessions on your person. It's just to the point where, should you try to wield one, you would not be able to wield the other conveniently by any means.
Okay. Well, she's gonna not wield the warhammer and just like conveniently put the great hammer out in front. She's just like standing in salute with the great hammer just on the ground, kind of like.
Okay.
Actually, now with Yorglot kind of worried about Renine, Renine's previous worries about being seen, Yorglot's kind of looking around. I assume there's still, because it's like town square, town hall, there's still people around, but Yorglot is going to be looking out for either mysterious or almost anybody glaring at them or anything
Okay.
like that.
I mean, I was going to ask for my own perception check.
Oh,
You can both make one.
I'm like standing in salute as Renine, just watching everything. What do we got?
Bowser, what are you doing?
I'm just hanging out, waiting for, I guess, to meet the dude. Trying to think of, like, things I want to ask.
All right.
Right?
You don't appear to see anybody that's watching you with intent or glaring at you or lurking nearby. For both of you. You wait about 10 minutes, 15 minutes, 20 minutes,
oh God.
25 minutes. Eventually, the guard comes back. Sorry, I ran all through the town hall. I don't think he's came back yet. I don't see him in his room. He's not in the mess hall. He's not in the meeting room. The town mayor doesn't know where he went. He knows he stepped out of his balcony for a little bit, but it appears that he has left. He tends to leave and come from his balcony, so we don't keep tabs on him. So unfortunately, I don't know how long it'll be until he is back. I don't have permission to let you stay in his room, but you are welcome to stay in the mess hall if you would like.
I'm cool with that.
Honestly, I do
would
not
like to
mind.
stand inside.
Yorglot kind of nods.
I believe the group is in an agreement. We'll stay at the mess hall.
Yeah.
All right. You are escorted in by one of the guards as he opens the door and closes it behind him again. After all of you have entered, he once again locks that front door and guides you to the mess hall, which appears to be first floor, about 3 rooms back on the left, through 2 large double doors that are, made of wood, relatively heavy, but nicely made, so easy to open. You see a large, long table. You could see it probably about 25 to 50 people, depending on how crowded they needed it to be. And they have 4 chairs pulled out for you at the moment and guides you to sit.
Thank you. She sits.
Yep, Yorglot sits.
course. Still out of breath.
Like gives him a pat on the back. Take care of yourself. Bam. She like
on
a
the
pretty
floor.
darn good bam to the back.
Sure. Yeah, I'll do that.
Need
Can I
more
lay
stamina.
down on the floor?
You're gonna lay down on the floor?
Yeah.
Yeah, you can lay down on the floor like a cat.
Yeah. I'll lay down on the floor.
Okay. He looks kind of confused as he exits the room.
We are an odd bunch.
So at this point, it is around 12:40. You gather about 2 hours 20 minutes to wait.
Wow.
Anything you would like to do in the immediate time?
I
Mm,
think I'm good to just sit until it's time.
yeah, I'll take a short rest. Wait.
Again.
Again.
Other
I'll just
short
sleep through
rest.
this entire campaign.
But
You're-
as you
you're-
are
you're a cat.
sleeping, resting, Renine will actually look at Eris. Didn't you mention before that you were looking for someone?
It's not as important now. As long as I can stick with you guys for a bit.
Enjoying the trouble that we are putting ourselves into?
Oh yes, it has been kind of entertaining.
Hmm. Alright then.
I try to fall asleep.
Yorglot, not being very social, kind of puts his head down. Like try to take a nap before it's time.
So, Valzor. Runine's bored.
Runs out of people to pester.
Yeah, what do you want?
Is there a reason why you don't want to be tracked?
Remember how I was telling where I come from is secretive?
Ah, you don't want to go there and be tracked. Ah, now I see.
Yeah, to be fair, this person actually might know where I come from, so it might not matter. It's not like it's secret to everyone.
Only for those that are well acknowledged, essentially.
Pretty much.
Hmm. Well, I can see the complication of not wanting to be tracked. Why not just not go to your place for half a year?
The problem is that I go back there pretty often. I need to.
Hmm. Can't
I
send a
gotta
letter?
make my money somehow.
Oh. That's fair. That's fair. Understandable. In all honesty,
Oh,
I actually don't have a place to call rightfully home, so I do not really care. My home is on the road, as you could say.
lifestyle.
Wait, what'd you say?
I said that's not a bad lifestyle.
No, not at all. Not at all. She kind of has like a slight blank stare for a little bit. Well, I've seen a
Yeah.
bit in my life. As much as it is.
Yeah. Yeah, but if I was planning to stay with you guys, like I was telling Aries earlier, it's like you guys are pretty fun, be around. There's not a lot of that from where I come from. So if I'm hanging around you guys a while, we might end up going back where I come from just over time, and I don't know if it would be within the 6 months. So I just want to know all the details on the spell.
Fair. No, honestly, I'm used to an interesting bunch. Used to travel with an interesting bunch myself. Granted, you could consider them my protectors. But yes. I would like to be included in this group and see what in the world you all are. Just like scratches her head a little bit. Not that I'm. She kind of stops for a second. Never mind.
It's fine. Some things we don't ever want to tell.
This is
I
chat right
think we're
now.
all waiting for the meeting now.
Small talk until the meeting.
Yeah,
I guess.
okay. We can skip to the meeting now.
Yeah.
Sorry, I just wanted to like talk a little bit with Valzor.
No, you're good. So about an hour and a half into your waiting, you begin to hear footsteps. Not one pair, not calm, not quiet. Around 20 or 30 metal boot
The
footsteps.
fuck?
Jesus.
They open the door to the mess hall. You four, you're under arrest.
What?
What?
Excuse me?
Dreadier just returned. He said he sensed a sinister magic. Until he can question you, you're under arrest.
Well, he's the one who asked us to come here.
I mean, we're waiting for him anyways.
Correct.
Is
Yeah.
he with the group, or is this just like
Just
knights?
guards at the
Or
moment.
just guards? Oh yeah. Where would you want us to go?
I mean, we're just gonna sit here anyways.
We have a holding cell. You'll be relocated down there until the time comes for your meeting with him.
Alright.
Was this how long after them talking was this? Like an hour, or was this like directly
Hour
after?
and a half.
It's literally just one more hour until we can freaking talk with this dude. Wait a second. Hold up. I never checked my freaking Warhammer. Did anything happen to my Warhammer after I smacked that thing?
Visually, no.
Oh shit. Oh no. Okay. Well, go on. Renine will stand up, not really being hostile.
Yeah, your will
Dude.
stand up as well.
Ares is a little pissed that she couldn't keep sleeping, but she follows.
They walk over to you. Thank you for your cooperation. We'll try to get this sorted out. He wants to make sure that we have you restrained so that no further complications arise. And they begin to place manacles on anybody who is cooperative.
Renine holds out her hands.
Ares doesn't resist.
I mean, we haven't done anything wrong.
Yorglat kind of looks at the guard, glaringly, not liking the idea of having to be put into cuffs, but
Oh, come on.
eventually holds his hands out.
Sorry, he doesn't like being touched.
I understand. Following orders. Bowser,
Bowser?
do you resist or do you cooperate?
Oh yes, I also cooperate.
Okay.
Go
After
for
placing manacles on the four of you, you're guided downstairs to a very simple stone chamber with iron bars in the ground. Typical holding cell. Doesn't appear super comfortable. They do offer you water. Apologies again. I sense nothing wrong. Devoted's word is kind of law, though. So until he's able to properly understand what is going on here, he asked us to make sure that you were restrained and that none of you left.
Yes.
Okay. I just wait.
How many guards were there again? Like 20 of them?
Well, 20 footsteps, so 10 guards.
Oh, 10 guards, okay. Do they take our weapons? I can only assume that they do.
They placed them outside of the cell, but in eyesight.
Okay. I mean,
Mm,
You get the feeling you're not necessarily criminals in their eyes yet, but they are following orders that they must restrain you and make sure that you're not at risk of flight.
interesting. It makes me wonder.
Yorglot dislikes the idea even more of his weapons being taken from him.
They're in eyesight. Oh, wait. Do you have weapons visible?
Do they only take the visible weapons, or?
They only take immediately apparent weapons.
Okay.
Grenades are immediately apparent, so.
Alright, then they should only be able to see my crossbow. It's fine.
How many of my daggers are gone? Or all
How many
of
are
my
visible?
How
daggers
many
gone?
are visible? Holy shit,
Only
wait, how many?
2?
Wait, how many daggers do you?
I have 3 daggers.
Okay. I was like imagining
So
like
I
that.
have at least one.
I was imagining that cloak of like, bam, I have
Yeah.
50 of them.
So,
With
how
all
many
my
daggers are visible? How
I have 2
tight are your
visible
clothing
ones.
to make it like easy to notice a weapon?
I've got water skin and venturing gear. I don't know.
Just what kind of clothing do you imagine Aries wearing? Does she wear like a skin tight adventuring outfit? Does she wear baggy, loose clothing?
Probably looser clothing.
Okay, then they don't find the third one.
Okay.
Valzor,
Okay.
And
do you have any
All
concealed
my
weapons?
No, all my weapons are pretty apparent.
Okay.
I have a long sword and a giant spear, or not spear,
Lance.
lance. So it's not really hideable.
That's fair.
Plus, I'm pretty short, so I couldn't hide it behind my back either.
yeah, and then I think the only thing that would be noticeable is the crossbow on me. My 2 daggers should be pretty invisible.
Right?
Mm.
Did they ask for me to take off my armor? They didn't, right?
Nope.
Okay.
They haven't asked anybody to remove any article of armor or clothing.
Wonderful.
About 30 minutes pass. About half an hour before your meeting is to arrive. And you hear footsteps. One much softer than the other. One sounds like a guard with sort of the metal boots. Another sounds more similar to a robed individual who, at this point, you could only imagine would either be the mayor or somebody of importance or potentially Draidir. About a minute passes. Well. So what do I owe the pleasure to a sinister visit earlier than expected?
Her name blinks. What do you mean? What do you mean, sorry? I forgot the accent.
He looks at Yorglot and at you. You both carry something.
Would you allow us to explain first?
Sure. What is it that you carry that I'm interested in? If you answer honestly, I might believe you.
Wait,
Yorglot-
carry? Well, so it's like on me? On my person currently? Oh! Shit! She wouldn't know! Fuck. She looks towards her warhammer, thinking that that's what he's referring to. So I have that. Can only imagine that that's what you're referring to. She looks a bit confused.
Looks to Yorglot.
Yorglot pulls out the vial and the book from his cloak and
Wait, can you even pull it out with the things? With the monocles?
I assume I
You're
have, like,
you're
basic
they're
functions.
clasped in front,
Oh.
so you can still like reach.
Okay.
So yeah, Yorglut pulls out the vial and the book and kind of holds them in front of him, but not through the bars, as to show him. Do you mean these?
There's at least one of you answered correctly.
Runine is very confused.
Yorglut also confused and interested now in Runine.
What are you talking about?
Though I suppose you wouldn't know. I guess it's no big deal.
She looks even more fucking confused.
So,
What?
how
What
did
do
you
I-
come across these?
I can tell you. And Yorglut tells him pretty much the exact same story he told the other three.
Okay. And you activated it. Why?
Well, we did not mean to. I was just trying to figure out what the book said.
You found a suspicious-looking book that I can only imagine was set up on some sort of a shrine with a vial of blood and decided to read it out loud.
Yes.
Stupid. We were.
I can't tell if you're intentionally stupid or just stupid. But I
To
believe
be
you.
fair, I was the one that read it. I also didn't want to continue reading it after the second page, but apparently all it needed was the second page to be read for a reaction to occur.
I'm surprised you made it 2 pages. You wouldn't stop after 1.
I thought he
didn't
didn't
see
read
the
the.
reaction
I did.
until the second page.
I did persist him to keep reading.
Also, I knew it was you that read, or at least had a good hunch. After all, I know what language these books are written in. But I suppose the fact that you all answered as honestly as you were capable, that proves that you are at least not trying to earn my bad side. You can release them from their restraints now. I don't feel that they will attempt to flee.
Runine's still like in the back, very confused.
The guard opens the gate, walks over, unclasps the manacles from each of you. Apologies, but when I sensed that sort of magic coming from within the town hall, I wanted to make sure that there wasn't an attack imminent, and, well, I don't trust you yet, but let's see if I can trust you. You may reclaim your gear. Come with me. We'll go to my room.
Alright.
Do exactly that.
Runine's gonna be last, being very quiet.
Yorglut is, seeing as Runine's kind of holding back, Yorglut's gonna walk ahead, and as he walks past Runine, kind of glare at her in a.
She's not paying
interested
attention to
way.
you.
Okay. Well, still, Yorglut is going to.
Okay.
As he
He
follows.
guides the 4 of you upstairs to the mess hall, to the main entryway, up the stairs again to the 2nd floor. Before down, you see some very elaborately carved wooden doors that appear very noble in form, though not made of anything more incredible than what this town is pretty much primarily constructed of, which being wood. But you gather that this is the closest thing to a noble's suite this town has to offer. And as it opens, you see a very large room in front of you with an extremely large bed, large enough for potentially 10 people to lay on. A wooden tub of water that appears to be filled and currently producing steam as it is magically heated. A table with 8 chairs that's large and round, a very comfortable cushioned red sofa with wooden inlays on the arms of it and on the back, as well as several comfortable rugs and pillows laid out along the floor. Make yourself comfortable. We have a lot to talk about.
Renine at this point just sits on the floor.
Yorglot will kind of stand behind one of the chairs.
I
I
lay
just-
back down on the floor as
I
well.
just find somewhere comfortable.
So the chair. Wait,
Yeah.
Ouch.
Chair, bed, floor.
I'll sit on the couch, I guess.
the only one that's normal.
Yeah.
He observes for a little bit, seeing what you all choose, before he pulls over a wooden chair from the table, spins it around so that the back of the chair is facing his front, and sits on it, legs wrapped around each side, looking at all of you. Well, I was going to answer your questions, but first you shall answer mine now. What did you do? What did you see?
Renine will absentmindedly say, Yorglot knows.
I saw pretty much exactly what I told you. I saw 3 hooded figures go behind a potion maker's shop.
I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about the ritual. What happened? What did you do?
Well, I know the ending of it. She speaks up. She pulls out her one-handed warhammer and sets it like in front of her on the floor. I don't know what happened. I was there towards the end. They asked for my help, and I decided to smash the thing. It seemed like it was going haywire or something was going wrong. Thus, I smashed it into bits. Sadly, it went everywhere. Glut and I dodged. What bits were sprayed at us, but it hit the room of the tavern. That is all that I know.
I see. He kind of looks around. And the magic? What did it look like? And he very interestedly looks at each of your expressions to see if any of them seem happy or excited
Uh-oh.
or disappointed or angry.
Renine's expression doesn't change. She's still been like very confused.
Yorglot perks up in a very excited manner and tells the sage exactly what happened. Well, after I had Valzor read what was on the page, the liquid from this vial started seeping out of it in an almost ethereal mana sense and infused itself with the stick. But after about a minute or two, it seemed to get unstable, almost as if there was too much and not enough stick, not enough husk, and started to go out of control. It started crystallizing almost like a deep red. It was beautiful. And just before it got out of control, Runine here smashed it with their hammer. And as she smashed it, it shot shards at all of us. Luckily, we were able to dodge, but the after effects of the shards on the walls was the same rot as the stick itself.
And why are you so intrigued by this?
Oh, well, it was a sight to see. You should have seen it yourself.
Alright, and he looks at Ares and Valzor to see if they were either upset, angry, intrigued, happy about what happened.
Hmm.
I'm just glad that that's all that happened.
It was entertaining, but I don't think too much of it. I don't think.
Right. In order, I'm going to call on each of you, and I want you to tell me exactly what you know. How many different kinds of ashen are you familiar of?
I would have to ask you. Would I?
I have no clue.
I don't believe so.
So, if you're unsure with your backstories, there are 3 common types that most people know.
Hmm.
If you feel like you would know more, and you don't know, you can ask me if you would know more. But if you feel like you would only know the 3 common types, there are 3 common types that most every adventurer knows.
I've traveled. You know that I'm a traveler. Do you think that there would be a chance that I would have knowledge on one other, or no?
With your traveling, no.
Then no. I only know the commons.
Would I?
Then judging by that response, I probably also know just the
You would
common
know
one.
5.
Oh, I would know
Oh.
5?
Holy.
Specifically 2 from which you're from.
Ah,
Mm.
okay.
Ares, I feel like you would know 3, as you haven't
Okay.
gone out much in terms of
Yeah.
adventuring. But like you do have a lot of street sense, so you might have heard like rumors, but you don't know if they're true or not. So you would be able to say definitively 3. Maybe you have an idea of more, but that'd just be spreading rumors. So you wouldn't even know if that was true.
Okay.
Yorglut, you would know.
I don't even know if I would know the 3 common ones.
The 3 common ones exist where you're from too.
Oh, okay.
However, you don't see them often, if at all, just because of the location of your village, it being where it is. But it's enough of a common occurrence in that entire region that information is at least shared.
Okay.
And you would know one more, which is one that is known for existing within water, large bodies of water, specifically oceans or lakes, from your travels.
Okay. All right.
But so he'd go around, he'd ask each of you, get your responses.
3.
Hey,
I only know the commons.
I only know the comments.
I only know of 4, so 3 commons and then 1 very specific one.
I know of 5, 2 uncommon, and then the 3 common ones.
Very well. And how do you feel about them? Do you like them? Do you hate them? Do you not care?
Husks are
Oh, is he
essentially used to
asking-
be people, right?
They used to be living creatures of any kind, but human to dog to elf to ogre to giant, just anything living appears to be susceptible to this. The one thing that you don't know of being susceptible to it, the only thing that people rumor might be immune to it is dragons. But other than that, stories indicate that most people feel that this is widespread, affecting everybody.
I feel pity for the ones that have it, but I'd rather get them out of their misery.
Valzor?
For me, it's a mixed bag. I feel like if it attacks people for a reason, or if there is a reason behind it, then I feel like, it might have been deserved. But of course, I know people that have been affected by it, and I didn't like seeing them chain.
There we go. Out of character really quick, we've had some hydrates and some stretches on her stream.
Mhm.
So if you all just want to take a second to make sure you have water,
Yes.
we can do so.
Oh,
Thank you for all those redeems.
Yes.
I'm
Thank
gonna
you.
go grab one actually.
yeah. That's
Yes,
a good
go
idea. I will too.
We could take a little break,
I will
actually.
also do- Yeah,
And we
can
will
we do a
continue
break?
with Aries and your glass. Yeah, that's fine by me. I was just
Yeah.
like, we've been going for 2 hours and 27 minutes, and let's make sure you all aren't drying your throats out and killing your voices.
Yeah.
This voice is very
Hard to
Yeah,
convey.
Yeah, I
imagine
will
it's
say
hard.
that
I
your
can
like
imagine.
volume level is hard to work with, because sometimes you go
Yeah.
quieter. I'm like,
and especially when I'm doing the lower voice, it's hard to be like
Loud?
when I'm doing this. It's really hard to be loud. Like
yeah.
yeah.
Why not just get closer to your mic?
Trust
Even
me,
then.
it's on my upper lip. Like I. But alright, I'll be right back. I'm gonna get some water.
Sounds
Yeah.
good.
Same.
Go back to.
I do love the comparison to him and Corpse Husband, though.
Yeah, I know, right? Kez, I believe it was Kez that said that.
Yes. it
Yeah, that
Ken.
was like the perfect comparison. Corpse has like the deepest voice ever. uh. I got all the water I need. Just need a stretch. Needed that
Yes,
stretch.
thank you, Kez. Thank you, Chiru.
Roots.
Yeah,
And
Roots. And then we had another one.
I believe it was Kez again. Yeah, it was Kez again. Thank you all for those redeems. They are so nice. That's why Corpse Husband became a musician, so he could learn to control it. Really?
I could see it. I used to have a really deep voice as well, but like I was a bass in 6th grade, but my choir teacher knew that I had absolutely no control over my voice and knew that my family had absolutely no vocal control, so she just never bothered to teach me. And so since then, I had just been like, well, I'll just try to talk at a bit higher of a pitch, a bit more normal of a pitch, because my choir teachers absolutely hated my singing. So,
Yeah, I'm just gonna do that real quick.
no, that false, don't actually believe that. But yeah, like I could see it though, even if it's not true. I could definitely see that.
Yeah, I'm back.
Welcome back.
Welcome back.
Thank you.
So how do you feel being compared to Corpse Husband?
What?
Yeah, you,
Wait.
Who compared me? What?
Kaz. Because of your deep voice, it sounds very similar to Corpse.
You
Mhm.
love me like you love me, like you hate me, Loki. You want it?
Holy, holy frick! Holy moly!
When you say it, when you say it like that, though, Onion, it sounds less like seductive, like song rap, and more like
I wanna kill you.
tragedy horror.
Completely changes the genre.
That's good. That's good though. It's a good voice for my character then.
Only earthworms can hear you now.
All the earthworms.
Yeah.
Too low of a
Seismic
frequency.
wave.
So we became a musician so we could learn to control.
Hell yeah.
Hell
Okay.
yeah! This is as low as I can get for my voice.
Yeah.
I have the full octave range.
I don't know. I suck at singing, but I have like a huge range. Like I know it's at least 4 octaves, which is like insane.
Even if the sky is falling down, down. No, I can't. That's the lowest I can go.
Oh my god.
This is without
Okay,
like-
whenever I go that low and I'm singing, I automatically go to a country accent. Like like just always like I
what's
think
it
about
like in New York City?
yeah. Right
Your
now.
Glot sings.
I'm also back.
In the country.
now.
Welcome back.
Yeah.
We're talking about how low we can go,
I don't
voice-wise.
know. I don't know if it's lower, but there's
This
also
is probably as low as I can go
Right.
without sounding really dumb.
Wonderful. Wonderful.
the voice I do for your glut is like as low as I can go without doing growl tones, which is like a different thing. 'Cause, like this is normal, just like my actual voice. But this is what's going
Oh!
Holy
It's a
frick.
gremlin so fast.
Yeah,
Hello,
that's
Demon Lord.
growl tones. Yeah. I like to call it my venom voice.
You're what?
First, venom.
Oh, Venom.
Oh
Oh,
my
boy.
god.
First, right, both your arms and then your legs.
Sound like Batman.
Oh, that's
Where are they?
Batman.
That's
Batman.
Scatman. That's
You're a
what I said.
Scatman.
Give it up.
Oh my god.
That's correct.
Okay.
That's perfect.
Okay,
Yes, so everybody is back.
I
Yep.
gotta
Yeah.
hydrate my voice, my throat one more time.
No worries. I was gonna say, do we want to take a little bit to let you all talk about what's happened thus far
My
and just like
goodness.
unwind a bit before we continue?
Um.
I'm good. I think we're about to hit action, so I couldn't.
Yeah, we gotta
Yeah,
go.
yeah.
Yeah, I want to hear this conversation. More D&D. More.
D.
Let's go.
All right.
I think we were at Ares, right? Valter just
Correct.
Yes.
explained his stuff.
Wait, what was the question again?
Oh no, she answered that. She knows the common types.
Yeah.
No,
Bowser was the
question
last one.
how you-
Oh.
No. The question was how you felt. Like,
Do you
Oh, yeah,
like them?
about-
Do you hate
about-
them?
Oh.
Yeah.
How do you feel about the Ashen Ares?
Personally, I would rather just take them out of their misery. If I was like that, I wouldn't want to be alive. That's pretty much it.
And your glut?
well, the magic that turns them into those things intrigues me. I wish to know how and where it comes from. But I guess it is sad that things are dying, but where I come from, stuff dies every day.
Renine would like
Uh,
slowly speak up. It's like, at least those that die have their right of mind. Husks don't.
Very well.
You'd be surprised what kind of mind state you could be put in when you're in the wild.
All right. Well, I've asked enough questions for now. I think it's time that I impart a bit of information. Before I do so, you all came here knowing about the tracker. I know you all heard me.
Yes.
Are you all okay with this?
Valzor has some questions.
Yeah, about this tracker. How knowledgeable are you about where I come from what you know about my species?
Do you want me to say exactly how much I know, or do you want me to just give you a like? I think I know.
Just
a lot.
on a scale, if you can, like you know a lot, or you know basically
I think I
nothing.
could pinpoint the city and the date of birth.
Okay, so
Oh.
even if you didn't put the tracking spell on me, you would know kind of where I come from.
Let's just say we have enough devoted and enough information among the Ascendants that I think I would have a good idea where you'll be in a year.
Oh.
Okay,
There's not a single
Just-
person who passes through the borders of our town without our knowing.
just figured I'd ask because you know why. It means a bit to me more than these guys about the
Uh,
track, right?
I don't think it really matters.
Well, if
We
you
haven't
already
took
know,
any
then
hostile
I don't
action
mind.
against your people.
If you already know, then I don't know.
Very well. Now, as for you, and he turns to Yorglut, we know a little bit about you, but we have no record of you. Would you like to share?
My people come from a very uncharted part of this world. And if available, I would like to talk about this more privately in regards to where I come from and my people.
I have a hunch. I don't believe we're on the best of terms, and we can leave it at that. All I need to know now. Do you have any hostile intention towards the people of this country?
Absolutely not.
And you know I would be able to tell if you were lying.
Yes, I assume you could tell. I do not have any hostile intention towards the people of this country or city.
Good enough for me. Now, that being said, I honestly would not have actually known if you were lying, but you seem truthful enough. I could have cast some spells to try to get to the truth, but as a group, I feel you'll be accountable. So let us start with this. There are, as it currently stands, far more kinds of ashen than you are remotely aware of. There are the 3 common ones, but to date, we know of 2 different, how should I say it? 2 different branches, so to speak, don't mind the pun, from which they come. The ashen and the roots. Similar though they may be, they share the wood-like properties of husks that wander around the world now aimlessly, the ashen being the weaker of the 2, the root being the stronger of the 2. Today I will cover a little bit about the ashen and what we know. In regards to the tracker, to answer your questions, it is not so powerful as to where we will be able to hear your conversations, and it is not so powerful as to where we will be able to track at all times your exact specific location. However, if we activate the spell, we will be able to track the location at that time for a brief period of time, and you would feel it had been activated. We do this in hopes to keep people honest, as well as to keep tabs. But more importantly, the other sort of added feature of the tracker is that should you share more information about the inner workings of the devoted or the ascendants that you have been made privy to, the tracker will also activate. That being said, it's not so simple as to where if you were to say the name of an ashen that I tell you today, it would trigger. More specifically, if you received a private request from me or from one of the ascendants that was delivered to you, and you specifically were to divulge the contents of said mission, we would know that. But that's really as far as it goes. Now, you can believe me if you want, or you can choose not to, but that is what the tracker contains.
Could I roll an insight to see how truthful he is?
Sure.
Oh, frick. Wrong thing. Insight. 14.
Are you like, sort of like looking him over and gauging how truthful he is with your eyes as well, or is this more mental?
What?
Are you like looking him over and gauging how truthful he is visibly? Like, could others tell you were looking him? Like, Are you being truthful, or is this more of a mental question to yourself?
No. Everyone would look that she's like trying to gauge that if he's being truthful or not.
As far as you're aware, he is being truthful, but upon seeing you sort of gauging how truthful you are, let me put it a different way. You're not nearly as important as would warrant a more complicated tracker. I see potential in your group. You do well. You work together well during the challenge. You have an interesting individual who's able to discern magics that are out of the ordinary. The group of you have an interesting history, at least from where you're from. You're very diverse, not all from the same area. And a good portion of you are troublemakers. Not as much to where we would care to get involved, though. We're not here to police every little city law. We're here to ensure the safety of our country.
Bernine kind of looks up at him. It's like, do you know more?
I know enough. That's why I was delayed after I came back and had you detained. I was communicating with the Ascendant that I work for. I wanted to know what he knew of you, and took him a little while to prepare some notes, and it's interesting. I'm curious to see what happens, and so I'm not going to reveal anything that could change the course of your natural growth, because if I answer your questions now, then you potentially would have no interest in growing and becoming useful for us. Perhaps if you make yourself worthy of more information, I'll tell you more later.
She like opens her mouth and then just closes it.
What ascendant do you work for?
You might find that out.
So,
I understand your disappointment, but it took me 10 years to figure out who he was.
oh, well, first off, I don't believe we really introduced ourselves. I am Runin. What is your name?
Drydeer.
He's not gonna do full name.
didn't
Sorry,
do
sorry.
full
I
name?
should have said my full name. I brain farted and didn't remember what my last name was. My name is Runin Kravar.
For now, Drydeer. He looks at everybody else. I do know your names, but an introduction would be interesting to see how you introduce yourselves.
My name is Balzor Vane. Nice to meet you.
Likewise. Looks to Ares.
I am Eris familiar. Need more.
I enjoy troublemakers like you. And you?
My name is Yorglot. It's nice to meet you.
No last name.
Oh well, I don't know exactly how much you would trust if I told you my last name, seeing as my people and yours obviously do not have a good history.
Is that the foot you want to start off on?
Well, will you tell us your last name if I tell you mine?
Perhaps.
The name is Yorglot Grimwald.
Better. My name is Drydeer. Most people know me as Drydeer. My last name, officially though, is Erenmir. It is not so much a name of my family as it is a name of my position. Erenmir are individuals who are given privileged knowledge to the name of the ascendant for which they work, and work directly for them. There's a handful of us, but not many. My family name is Gamra.
I'm actually very surprised that he shared that. Wait, do we even know that it's a he?
You have a guess. He has not introduced whether he is he or not.
Does he have a face yet, or
Yeah,
can we discern? Can we tell what race he is? Because I remember last time I asked this, we could tell that he was human-ish.
His human-like features is what I remember.
well,
Yeah.
so yes, last time you determined that he is human. You determined that he looks like he, and he still looks the exact same. However, he also said that he is
Old.
far older than humans should live,
Yeah.
and you get a strong magical presence about him, so whether or not you see him or you see something else is up to you. As far as you are aware, he is a he that is human.
Okay.
So, can you spell out his name for me? So that I can write this down correctly? You could put it in the Discord.
I will, for those.
Okay, thank you. I've totally butchered that name. I'm so glad I asked.
It is in chat for Twitch for those that
There
want
you
to.
go.
Yeah, I was about to say, wait, where is it?
Yeah, it's in chat.
That way, those that are keeping up with the campaign can also see the spelling, just if they're taking their own notes and are curious, or if they just want to know. Anyhow, see, a little bit of trust can get you a long way. Now, I believe that you do not have any malintent towards the people of this country. That goes for all of you. So, as I was saying, we are aware of the ashen and the root.
Mhm.
In the category that would fall as ashen, there are the three common ones that all of you are aware of. There are the ashen husks, which are your standard everyday ashen, the ones that you're most likely to encounter while traveling. There are ashen blazes, which are very similar to husks, except that they ignite and explode. Much more deadly when in a pack than their husk brethren, but also much more flimsy and easy to kill. There are ashen roots, which is the third common one. Ashen roots are lesser creatures, thus why we consider them just to be an ashen root. They are small, insignificant, weak, and easily killed. Most common would be, for example, an ashen root dog or an ashen root cat. Typical creature, not particularly powerful, that was turned. Of the uncommon ones, I believe the two that Valzor knows would be fell ashen, which are particularly common in swamps, underdark, far-off mountains, acidic areas,
What were they
places
called?
afflicted with high levels of necromantic energy, places of dark and insidious origin.
What was their name? Sorry.
Fell ashen,
Fell.
Fell is what I imagine.
correct.
Yeah.
And ashen whites. Ashen whites are quite a bit typical ashen in that barricades and walls are not nearly as efficient against them as you might expect. The one I believe that Yorglot mentioned, we know as ashen serpents, the ones that come from oceans and lakes, ones
Are-
that come from large bodies of water.
Question, is that still uncommon category?
Yeah.
Okay.
Uncommon.
Sorry.
ones. The way we categorize them are as such. We have those that we would consider of category of war, category of skirmish, category of fight, war being the highest of those three, and then a category of catastrophe being the highest. Of the 5 that I just are no, sorry. DM me got the math wrong there. Of the 6 that I just named, they're all located within the category of fight, the lowest. This means a band of adventurers that have no idea what they're doing, if in a combat with a small number of them, stand decent chances of coming out alive. Skirmish means we expect an average town guard to need to take them on, or a party of experienced adventurers. These include the Ashen Banshee, the Ashen Tree of Death, the Ashen Horror, and the Ashen Gravekeeper.
I just... You repeat all those again?
Yes, we have the Ashen Tree of Death, Ashen Banshee, Ashen Horror, and Ashen Gravekeeper.
Gravekeeper. Okay.
And are those are skirmish, not fight?
Correct. Those we would consider of the skirmish category. Those that you don't want to take on even with all 4 of you against one of them currently. I doubt you would survive a fight against those 4.
Okay.
Of the war class, we then have the Living Ashen Heart, the Ashen Incinerator, the Ashen Dusk Caller, the Accursed Ashen, and then we have the Ashen Reaper.
Oh man, all these... I'll probably ask later to confirm if I even wrote them all down. Continue.
And then of the catastrophe class that we know of the Ashen Root Father and the Ashen Root Mother.
Root what?
Father and Mother.
Interesting.
Sorry, for the war class is Ashen Heart, Incinerator.
You're doing
Dust
crazy,
Cult.
Leans D.
Oh, I'm doing crazy lanes?
Okay, sorry, Yorkla, go ahead.
Thank you.
For the war class, it was Living Ashen Heart, Incinerator, Dust Caller, Reaper, and what else? Sorry.
Living Ashen Heart, Ashen Incinerator, Ashen Dust Caller, Ashen Reaper, and Accursed Ashen.
First Ashen. Okay.
Rick, I was fixing my model. Okay, I'll ask you for those later, Onion.
Okay. Yeah, I got all of them.
Thank you.
That is the Ashen class that we are aware of. As I said before, then there is the Root. The Root and the Ashen do share some similarities in that the Ashen Root Father and the Ashen Root Mother and the Ashen Root are also categorized in the Root class. The reason for this being that they are plant-based. They are more tree-like than the husks that are more bark and wooded versions of previously living creatures. These look and feel and interact more similarly to a plant in the way they behave, the way they grow, the way they regenerate, and the magic that they might have. With the exception to the Ashen Root. That is the only root class that we have below Skirmish. Everything we know about the root beyond that is category of war, catastrophe, or end.
End?
And
We know of a couple inns, and I do not wish to divulge information because I do not wish you to seek them out. It takes around 5 of our ascendants to take one on.
Holy moly!
I'm just gonna put end impossible. Okay.
Will
Believe me
you,
when I say I have seen one, and you will know you have seen one.
will you divulge us into the war and catastrophe class root variants?
At this current time, no. The reason for that being is there is currently magic that exists that allows people to artificially create these that we are trying to rid all history of.
Vernine instantly looks over. Wait, so you don't happen to think that the thing that Jorglad stumbled upon might be one?
No, that was attempting to summon forth an ashen root mother.
Wait, what?
That's bad.
There were barrels, and I mean barrels, of these ashen husks there. Would that be enough to summon something that big?
Unlikely. That vial you have, it's not a normal blood. It is the blood of an ascendant. I doubt they have more of it.
Wait, what?
This is the blood of an ascendant.
Correct.
I doubt an ascendant would be careless enough to let their own blood be stolen from them.
Recently, there was an end class fight, during which several were injured. They try to be as thorough as they can in cleaning things up. However, it is possible that they were able to manage to get their hands on blood that remained on the rocks, the ruins, and the destruction of what happened recently. Beyond that, it's anybody's guess. We have suspicions that some of the Ascendants might be doing research into things that we are not aware of, and it would not be unknown for them to use dumb individuals such as these to further their own agenda in figuring out where the root and the ashen come from. The Ascendants aren't so noble of a bunch as to care about the lives of every town. They care about the country, and if they feel that the country would be better served by a town being incinerated due to a fight, some of them would see that as a justified cause. Others would disagree, and they fight with each other quite frequently.
Okay.
So should we give this? So it's a good thing that we have the vial, so they don't have any way of doing that now.
I hope that is the only one. All I can say is if there is an Ascendant working behind the scenes, they probably have more than one, and it's probably obscure enough that I am not going to find it before they do whatever they plan to do. The fact that you happened upon one that was sitting out in the open is astounding at best.
She looks at
Alright.
yogurt. Yogurt? Oh, fuck! Yogurt!
God damn it.
I have infected the mind of
No.
another.
No, I didn't mean to. My tongue didn't work.
Oh my god. It's okay, it's okay.
You're glad. What the fuck was I trying to say now? I'm pretty sure that that was not just in the open. At least from what you told us.
I mean, I could see it from a window. That's as open gets.
Fair.
But I'm glad
Anyhow.
I took it.
Anyways, continue.
Yes, I am glad as well, although you almost unleashed far more dangerous potential. A ritual that fails like that has the potential to infect a person there very quickly.
I realized that afterwards that we dodged the bullet.
But let us not dwell on what happened in the past, and let us dwell on the fact that through a bit of carelessness and a bit of curiosity, that hopefully whatever disaster was coming has mostly been avoided. I am sure that there is something smaller that is about to happen that was going to be meant as a cover-up and a distraction for this. So, what I would ask then is, in regards to what you are all currently embroiled in, this town is likely going to be attacked based off of what you told me. It's quite frequent for these individuals to organize through means of magic ashen that will appear in town and then no longer be controlled and set loose upon the town. They do this because they want the guards currently embroiled in conflict with regular ashen as they perform their ritual, which is quite noticeable. It will give off a very dark aura to it, as well as the fact that it will require at least 5 different points of ritualistic progression, up to 10.
Okay.
If so much as one of them is destroyed or interrupted, the strength of it weakens dramatically. What I would have you do is, when the combat breaks out, defend anybody as you see fit, but if you notice anything that seems more ominous or sinister, to investigate. To that end, I will answer your questions about the relics that you were interested in before.
Yes, I would like to know much about the item specifically that you told me about, and then also about the items which you had said came in contact with a very similar energy that failed summoning.
He walks over
What?
and picks up Renin's Warhammer. You damn near created one.
Wait, what? W-
An infused branch of ashen husk, or of ashen creation, rather, be it from a husk or a root father, has the potential to become one of these artifacts. The more powerful the ashen, the more powerful the artifact. They curse items that they stay in contact with or exposed to direct magic from them for a prolonged or powerful enough period of time. Shattering it, the energy, I presume, exploded, as you mentioned, and however, most of that magic, fortunately, is in here.
in my hammer?
Correct.
So my hammer became an artifact?
No, this one's not that strong. The
Alright.
twig that you had would have become an artifact if left alone and managed to stay intact through the infusing. However, this is merely cursed. Now, not all of these curses are bad. In fact, most of them are double-edged swords. Oftentimes, for trading that which makes up your life essence in itself, you can potentially wield devastating powers for a period of time, or create powerful effects. I imagine that this one, based off of what it was trying to call forth, could potentially ignite an area in fire at this point.
Wait.
Not big, maybe about a 5-foot radius, but could start a fire upon impact.
And what
Using these
cost?
can kill you, though. And they do afflict you with spirit rot if used too much.
Spirit what?
Spirit rot. The disease.
Whoa.
Well, I'm glad that I did not use my brand new weapon.
Yeah.
Those trinkets, though, you told me that they were cleansed of their evil nature. Would you not be able to do the same thing to Runim's hammer?
Unfortunately, due to the unstable fact that it wasn't a completed artifact that infused its power into it, I don't believe I would be able to on this one, at least not immediately. Take me some time.
Should I just throw that axe away then? Well, not axe, hammer.
I would rather you leave it with me so that I can make sure it doesn't fall into worse hands.
That is fair. You may keep it. I'm not going to use it. The fact that it's now essentially has the potential of giving me a bad effect.
These artifacts, though, are these trinkets that you were interested in. The downfall of cleansing them is that with their sinister nature removed and that sort of double-edged sword effect neutralized, they are also extremely fragile. Generally, they last a single use afterwards. They are still very powerful. For example, this cloak, and he holds up one of the fabrics that was afflicted with it when you were looking in the pile. I've had it fashioned to a usable nature for you now. I'm sure you're all familiar with the concept of invisibility.
Ooh.
Yes.
Yeah.
This allows somebody to go unseen for around 12 seconds. Completely invisible and completely silent.
But it is one-time use.
As best as I can tell. There's a potential that it doesn't break, but it is very slim. Metagame-wise, what the cleansed trinkets will do is when you use them, you will roll a d20. If you natural 20, it does not break.
Oh,
Oh, but only a nat 20. Okay.
Only a nat 20.
Ooh.
I mean, this sounds like something Eris would love to have. Being
I
sneaky.
would love.
I would
Are we-
love.
I would love.
Are you giving us these trinkets, or
Yes, that was part of the deal.
Does Eris actually perk up from the floor?
Finally, yes.
So, that is that one. And seems like it's going to her based off of the conversation I just heard, yes?
Yes.
Okay, very well. This one, I think the thrill seeker might enjoy.
Valor?
I peek. I perk up. Sorry. Peek.
How close
What?
to living life on the edge do you like to be?
Oh,
Depends.
Enough to stake your own life on it?
Don't know about that.
Well, that's rather dull. I thought you'd be more exciting. Either way, I guess I'll explain what this is and see if maybe that catches your interest. It is a trinket. It'll activate on its own. It's a necklace.
oh,
If you are wearing it, when you go unconscious, it'll automatically trigger. If it succeeds, your target will die. If it fails, you die and can't be resurrected.
Oh, my god.
Oof! Talk about a double-edged sword. Oof!
Okay. I have
That's
a question.
cool though.
I have a question. How slim of a chance for activation or failure?
Not a coin flip.
50-50.
It's a
Another question about like, is it any opponent, or does it have a cap?
It could kill me.
Oh my
Oh,
god!
Holy
oh.
Oh my god! Holy okay, metagame. Or rather, out of character. Alard, is this necklace affected by any of my stats?
No.
Okay,
It is
so there's
literally
no
Out of game, it is literally I'm going to have you roll a whatever sided die you want to roll. It could be D4, D6, D8, D10, D20. Doesn't matter. On an even, it works. On an odd, it doesn't.
Oh,
Oh.
oh.
Also,
So I could roll a 2 and it would work. It
Correct.
just has to be an even.
Correct.
yeah, because it's a coin flip.
Oh,
Also,
no.
out of character, does he have to have it equipped on him for it to be able to activate?
Correct.
Or okay, so you could have it in your pocket if you don't feel like you want to take the chance of like you could take it off quickly and put it in your pocket if you don't want to take
Oh,
that
wait.
chance.
Okay, that is a good idea, Alorn. That actually leads me to another question.
Mhm.
During combat, can I use as an action to pull it out of my pocket and equip it?
Yes.
Okay.
Oh my goodness.
I'll take it
It would
then.
it would be your
No.
action to equip or unequip.
Okay.
Living life on the edge.
Uh,
Literally.
Just have this
Hmm.
giant fucking ashen
After
mother.
thinking it over, that sounds kind of fun. I'm in.
Now keep in mind, when I mean you cannot be resurrected, I mean we have tried an ascendant casting wish and it has failed. Nothing short of potentially divine intervention might overcome that.
Oh, okay. So
My
just to let you know, Wish is like the best spell in the game.
9th level.
It's a 9th level spell. It's like the most powerfulest spell that grants like anything as long as you use the correct words. It is a powerful spell. The fact that that does not work, holy frick, you gotta re-roll a new character if you fail.
Only use it in the most dire of situations.
Yeah, that's what I was gonna say before. Is like literally the most dire of situations.
The point
not
where
use
you
it.
know we all will die if you don't use it.
Exactly.
Ugh.
Uh-oh.
Oh my goodness.
I mean, you
Well-
could take it and maybe sell it, even if you don't want to ever use it. So like, it's at least something.
Oh,
Yeah,
you're not allowed to sell these.
I would figure that because they don't seem like very out in the world items.
No, and the fact that it can kill us,
It's very.
we're afraid that it could kill an ascendant as well.
Oh my god. Okay,
Let's make these
I'll
small.
take it. I'll take it for mine and my friend's protection.
From us.
And I have to ask. Do you know if it has a maximum usage? Like, can it only happen once?
I mean, he did just stay out of characterly if
It's
you roll a 20.
Yeah, it's the same trinket rules. If you roll a 20, it would not consume.
Oh my god. So if I roll 20, not only do I kill the target, but I also get to keep it.
Well, it
That would
probably
be luck
two
upon
different
luck.
rolls.
I think,
Yeah.
I think those are
It would-
two
it would-
different rolls, actually.
Yeah, I think it's two.
It's two different rules.
Oh,
You just need to roll an even for it to work, and then you would need to roll a 20 for it to.
Not
stay.
break. Yeah,
Yeah.
and
All
that
right.
goes for all of our trinkets that we're about to get.
Oh boy.
Well, Eris's doesn't need a roll. It's just whether or not it breaks.
I mean, 20. Yeah.
Yes.
yeah.
Yeah, the 20 is gonna have to be on all these trinkets. Holy frick. Oh boy.
Now, seeing the interest that your party members have shown in their trinkets, which one of you would like to know what you're getting next?
Sure. I guess I'll be up.
He picks up a small sort of like coin in his hand that appears to have been touched as well. That on one side has an anvil and the other side has a hammer.
An anvil and a hammer?
Correct.
Okay.
Seems perfect for somebody who prides themselves in their strength. Somebody who would be so intrigued by a hammer that could only be wielded by some of the strongest individuals. So,
Aye, that'd be correct.
this one, not as much of a double-edged sword as Valzor's.
As
Yeah.
much. As much.
It's a coin.
It will, for one action, say lifting a door, breaking down a door, sieging a castle. One thing you wish to do that you need incredible strength for. It'll quintuple your strength.
What?
Quintuple?
Afterwards, though, you'll be extraordinarily exhausted.
Oh, so I'm gonna get in a point of exhaustion or more than a point of exhaustion?
3 points of exhaustion.
Oh boy!
Yeah.
3 points of exhaustion is like what? Disadvantage and then what else was it? I know it's disadvantage on every ability and saving throw, I believe.
Exhaustion. Disadvantage on ability checks at level 1. At level 2, speed is halved.
Oof.
At level 3, disadvantage on attack rolls and saving throws.
Okay,
Oh my
yeah.
God.
Ugh.
You're
Okay.
basically just like lying on the floor. Pretty much.
If you were to gain 1 more point of exhaustion after that, your hit point maximum gets halved. 1 more after that, your speed is reduced to 0. Once after that, you die.
Oh my God.
Oh my god.
Yeah, I'll be out of
Yeah.
commission for using that. Ooh.
But you could fucking topple a castle.
Yeah, pretty much.
Okay. I am enticed.
Very well. Hands you the coin.
She takes it. Well, like, what color is the coin? Is it like golden coin?
Like iron.
Hmm.
Like that of an anvil.
She pockets it.
And, well, last is for you then. It's intriguing. I figured I'd save one of the more magical ones for the person who seemed the most intrigued by magic. It's, how should I say it? Simple in function, yet costly.
Okay.
Any spell or effect that is targeting one of your party members, you can reflect back to its source. However, you
Okay.
take twice the damage from it.
Ooh!
Ooh.
That sounds like something I could use. I'm talking out of character lead, by the way. But anyways, continue.
Twice the damage of
see. Twice the damage of what it would have inflicted onto my teammate, or
Onto whatever, however much it inflicts on the person you redirected it at.
I can imagine you dying from that.
yeah, I have like the least HP. Okay. Thank you. As Yorglot still takes it, intrigued by the magic.
Interesting. I thought that one might have made you a little bit afraid to use it.
Oh.
Yeah, it's if it uses, unless you have something else, but if it uses magic, I'm gonna be interested.
I do have something else. I thought you would turn that down. I'm quite intrigued.
Oh, and what else do you have? I assume you only had 4 or 5.
Oh, right. Wait, how many items did you go?
Well, we confiscated 5 from the pile.
Oh,
I carry a
I-
lot more than that.
Well, then what else do you have?
Well, he holds up an hourglass. This is one of my favorites. We've intentionally infused a couple of these for our use. Now keep in mind, intentionally infusing means that we have to fight whatever we create. So they're not so cheap as to where I'll be able to supply you with them consistently, but I'd be willing to part with this one. It's one of my favorites, like I said. It allows you to essentially act twice as fast. Out of game, what it will allow you to do is you get to take 2 turns. Full turns. Action, bonus action, movement, everything.
oh.
Okay.
Afterwards, you'll be paralyzed and unable to move for about 12 seconds, or in other words, 2 rounds.
I mean, that's technically how the haste spell is, isn't it?
Haste has no drawback.
I thought
And
it
it's
does.
only you get to take an extra action.
Okay, so
Huh.
it's like a blitz thing. If we want to blitz somebody, I can get fucking 2 full turns in, but then I'm
Correct.
paralyzed for 2 turns.
Downside of paralyzed, this is the condition paralyzed. bearing that in mind, not just like you're unable to move. A
Okay.
paralyzed creature is incapacitated and can't move or speak. The creature automatically fails any strength or dexterity throws. Attack rolls against the creature have advantage, and any attack that hits the creature is a critical hit
Oh my god.
if the attacker is within 5 feet.
Everyone, take a drink of water.
Thank you for the hydrate, Crow.
Thanks, Crow.
So it comes with potentially a very easy death for you if you're using it haphazardly. Guaranteed crits on a squishy is not a good thing.
No.
Yep. Would be probably fun
Um,
for me later
Now,
on.
I am going to say, for these items, I would like you to make custom items for them. The reason I'm going to say that is because potentially later on in the campaign, you will learn how to make that ritual happen again. And should you choose to do so, you can intentionally attempt to infuse quite literally whatever your imagination desires, and I will come up with an effect for it.
Ooh,
Okay.
interesting.
Alright.
Okay.
Now you've made me question if you have other stuff. Is that the only thing, or?
I mean, I have a lot. How greedy do you want to be? Like I said, that was one of my favorites already.
Well, I'm sure you can tell, but I am not the hardiest of adventurers. So leaving myself paralyzed probably wouldn't be the best. But if that's one of your recommendations, then I guess I'll take that instead.
Man, I do have things that are more defensive if that's what you want. I just figured, I don't know, I figured you were a bit more adventurous and entertaining and wanted to risk things to learn more about magic, not just play it safe.
Mm-hmm. I mean, for any spellcaster to have double the action is pretty darn good.
Yeah. You are right. I would do pretty much anything for magic. Yorga hands over back the trinket he gave him earlier and grabs the hourglass.
Very well. If you had denied that, I would have offered you this, and he holds out a very simple, just iron ball bearing. It's quite interesting what happens when a mundane item gets infused. This turns you into an iron statue for about 30 seconds,
Why?
in which time you take no damage from any normal based attack. Magic still hurts you, but arrows, swords, punches, kicks, hammers, they don't affect you.
I was like, that would be interesting if there was a taunt skill. But I don't think there's a taunt skill. So,
I think I'd still prefer the hourglass over that one.
Very well. He hands you the hourglass. Now keep in mind, these are basic things that I am willing to part with. These are things that are done with relatively low skill rituals. These are not necessarily things that would happen if you, I don't know, say succeeded in your previously misguided attempt at casting that ritual. Had that succeeded, you could have potentially made yourself an enemy just for containing the item on your person.
oh,
Okay.
uh,
Well,
That's what I meant when I said these things can turn the tides of a war. The more powerful the ritual, the more powerful the magic, the more powerful the item created.
so was it because of the
Now that-
blood that it made it so powerful, or was it because of the branch?
Yes.
Both? Oh boy.
Well, now that you are acquainted with us more, if we find more items of these, would you know that we aren't using them to cause evil and more that we're delivering them back to you guys? So we don't have to go through this ordeal every time of having to be arrested.
Yes, now that I know who you are, and I'll have vouched for you myself, then yes, you won't have to worry about this as much. That being said, I wouldn't go around flaunting it. The guards still do take quite a bit of concern to such items in your possession. This town will be aware, but remember, the Ascendants and the Devoted, we don't care to inform the towns of what happens. You could kill a bunch of people, as long as we don't deem those people important, we couldn't care less. When whatever you're doing jeopardizes the country that we start caring.
Fair.
That's slightly disappointing.
Which part is disappointing, Eris?
Don't know.
Would you rather we care that every time you commit an act that might be questionable that we come and question you?
No. I like. I'm good with the way it is.
Very well.
Alright.
Like I said, some of the Ascendants would happily see this town wiped off the map if it just simply furthers their research. So, they don't particularly care about laws or legality or morals, as it were. I do, but I know better than to question them.
Well,
Well, what is? When do you know when or where this attack will happen?
Well, my guess is, based off of the fact that you took one of their books and their ritual has been compromised by at least one of their locations, probably tonight.
wait, should we be going out of here now?
Nothing's happened yet, at least not that I'm aware of. But yeah, after we're done here, I'm probably going to say it would be a good idea to keep an eye on things.
Alright. Well, is there anything more you'd like to share to us?
No, not personally. Do you have any questions before I do the tracking spell?
Where can we find you?
I was about to ask that.
Or are you going to find us? Because you can easily track us.
For what purpose would you want to find me?
To give you information of what we have found, any items that we stumbled upon that we may assume that are artifacts. Who knows, maybe discovering a new type of monster? I don't know. Possibly important information?
Sounds good. And how willing to be embroiled into the direct heart of this conflict are you, should I need you?
If there's magic involved, I'm willing to go as far as needed.
The other three of you?
I'll do whatever is needed of me.
Same. This whole situation still is kind of a lot, so I'm just gonna stick with the flow now.
I'm willing.
Very well. If I told you to kill those that were closest to you, would you, without hesitation?
Yes.
Oh.
Okay.
Now I have questions of myself. Okay, but
Only if there was a magical,
Including a sibling.
Yes.
only if there was a magical benefit to it.
Renin would kind of just like sigh. If
Sword's
if I
whole
were to
aura
know the reason,
changes.
would I be
Oh,
able to know
sorry.
the reason for it?
Depends on the situation. Let's just assume no for now.
Valzor's whole aura changes from that question and says with a stern, like, not tone, but like
Oh,
his body language, is not happy, and I would say, and Valzor says, no, not in a million years.
I have no siblings that would need to be killed.
Are you sure about that?
Barely.
Fair.
In
Yes.
Well,
I wouldn't know.
since I did not get the same answer from all of you, then I shall do this. The one whose answer I liked the most, I will give an item. He looks to Ares.
Yeah.
You seem like you might have what it takes to be of importance.
Oh, you think I'm of importance?
Wait, did your god
I'll
even
gi-
say anything? Sorry.
Yeah, your god answered. If there
Yeah,
was
I
magic
said-
to benefit.
Yeah. Otherwise, he would not give a shit.
Then I will give you this item. In fact, we will make it right now. Here's what it requires. He hands you a knife. Cut your hand.
I slice open my palm.
Go ahead and mark 1 point of damage on your health.
Okay.
He hands you a crystal orb. Go ahead and hold the orb in that hand.
I have the orb in my hand.
As you do, the blood begins to flow into the center of the orb and swirl around. Before about a minute passes and he takes the orb back. You may watch him make some arcane gestures that begin to glow around the orb before then he cuts open his hand, places it on the orb.
This seems unsanitary.
As he pulls his hand away, you watch as his hand magically heals itself immediately. And he hands you the orb back. Should you need me, all you have to do is break that orb and it will make a mental connection between us. It won't last long, but it will allow you to get a hold of me wherever you are, and I will be able to come find you immediately. At least as
Oh.
quickly as I can. Seeing as you're the person who I feel like would know what it takes to need something that important and knows the cost of using it, I'll leave it to you. Because it uses your blood, even if somebody steals it from you, it will not work.
Yorglet staring at the transaction is enthralled by the magic that's going on.
My goodness, he's enthralled by everything.
Everything magical. If it's not
Everyone-
magical, it can fuck off.
Literally do
Actually-
not give a shit about anything that's not magical.
I'm very unsure of what is happening, but I know it means something big.
Oh my god.
Uh,
As for the rest of you, that little interaction means nothing. I'm not going to hold you to any increased standards because I liked her answer. But that is how you can get a hold of me. For the rest of you, if you need to get a hold of me, find a devoted, ask for Dreadyear. They'll deliver a message at their convenience, and I will get back to you. Depending on the priority of things, it could be an urgent message that reaches me in a day, or a month, or a year, or never. I don't know.
fair.
Alright.
I can only assume that you are not in one location for too long.
Well, if you refer to a place that I return to quite frequently, I do, but you don't get to know that.
Yes. I figured.
Now, back to the tracking spell. That way I can send you on your merry way and you can all go back to being a merry band of misfits.
Wonderful.
Alright.
All of you, go ahead and, just gather over there. And he points to the center of the room.
Renine stands in the center of the room first.
I slowly shuffle over there.
I
You're
walk
right.
over there.
Yorglet is the same, but still a little bit distance from everybody else.
He doesn't want to be in a hug. Sorry. Group huddle.
All right. Very well. He begins conjuring some. For those of you that speak Elven, you can see the traces of Elven runes in the air as he's sort of drawing this.
I do.
I do.
I don't.
The runes
Neither do I.
roughly translate into time, location, secret, and safety. And as he begins to chant the spell, the magic envelops each of you. It feels warm at first before then feeling a stinging cold that kind of hits the nape of your neck and before sending a shiver down your spine before then going back to a comfortable temperature that the room is. For fun, he pulls out a piece of paper, and for your knowledge, this is a contract paper. These are the kind of orders that if we ever need you, we'll be sending you a letter on. They respond to the spell that I just cast, and he writes down hello on the paper. He hands it to one of you. He opens the door. Can I just get a random guard to come in? One marches in. Try to read that paper to him. Whoever wants to, he's still holding the
Hello
paper out.
is what I say.
You immediately feel a buzzing in the back of your head that kind of burns for a second before fading.
Mhm.
Ooh.
That's what happens if you fail to uphold your end of not keeping the secret.
So if we tell,
All right. So anything
bad
we
things
read from
happen.
this paper is going to be
To
obvious.
somebody that doesn't have the spell, yes.
All right.
You can read it amongst yourselves, any number of the devoted, or other contacts that we might have. It's actually quite a fun way to test whether or not somebody is working for us. Divulge a piece of information that doesn't matter. If your head tingles, well, they aren't working for us.
Wait. Can you say that again? I got confused.
Because it triggers whenever you talk to somebody about something on this piece of paper
Huh?
that isn't related to us, that doesn't work for us, that doesn't have that spell I just cast on them. It makes your head tingle, yes?
Yes.
So say I give you a piece of paper with a very detailed, long mission. If you say, for example, I have an important meeting at 8 p.m. tomorrow, which is a part of that paper, to somebody that doesn't work for us, and your head starts buzzing, it's a
Oh.
great way to test.
Oh shit! That would mean we're talking to the wrong person.
Yeah, it would mean
Okay.
we're talking to somebody who's not related to the operation.
Ooh.
Then we kill him. No, I'm just kidding.
No.
Yes.
Well,
Okay.
depending on how much you say.
All right, we understand.
All
Keep things secret.
right.
Do you have any questions? After all, like I said before, want to get off on a good foot here.
Mm, I don't have any more questions.
No, I think I'm content.
He looks to Valzor.
The one request you asked, I have no questions.
Still not fond of the fact that you might be requested to kill somebody important.
Very against it.
Even if it was for the better of the entire land.
Even so.
Very
Don't
well.
worry, sounds like
Not
Eric's
asking you to be
doing
a hero.
Hero is a very vague term. But I have no questions. Even despite me really wanting to ask one, but I don't think you'll be willing to share it.
I mean, you're welcome to ask. I might just say no.
She like looks at him for a little while.
No.
There we have it. She just like shrugs. Well, I said it. Anyways, I'm good. She like starts
Okay.
walking towards the door, just only grabs her great hammer and leaves the other one behind. That was cursed, or whatever it was.
Yeah.
Alright. Let's head on out. Unless you guys have something.
Nope.
And Yorgotz walks up with Runin and the group.
Alright.
What would you like to do? You have now exited the room, presumably made your way out of the town hall before communicating any personal thoughts.
I have one question.
2? Or who?
Runin,
I had a feeling.
what exactly was he talking about when we were in the cellar?
I can't fucking know. She just
Why
walks.
you walk away from the conversation?
Yep.
By the way, insight and deception are rolls that you can do against players. Like if you don't believe what she just told you, you can say, I would like to do an insight check. If she's being truthful, she can simply say, yes, I'm being truthful. If she's not being truthful, she will say, okay, go ahead and roll. In which case, then after saying go ahead and roll, then you out of characterly know that something about the statement is not entirely truthful,
Yeah,
but your character
yeah.
wouldn't unless they succeed the roll.
Fuck, I wish I could do deception. God damn it.
Nope, insight is on the person trying to gain info.
Yeah. It's
Alright,
insight.
well, okay.
So you're gonna roll insight on her?
Presuming
mean,
you're even
y-
lying to begin with.
yeah, that's um
Also, nobody should take it as an insult that they didn't believe what their character said.
Yes. So any
Yeah.
of you guys can roll insight on any one of us.
yeah.
After all, we're just a starting group. We could still not trust each other.
Yeah.
I think Yorglot has shown that the most out of everybody.
Oh yeah. But
Uh,
funny enough, he's been truthful of what he's been doing so far.
He's a
Somewhat.
good guy. He just has one love and one true love.
Magic.
But that's the thing is like I could roll insight, but your character legit doesn't know. But my character doesn't know that your character doesn't know. So yeah,
Yeah.
sure. I'll roll insight for my character's sake, even though I know it doesn't do anything.
Well, in that regard, I can easily confirm that she's being truthful
Yeah.
in what she says that she doesn't know.
Nah, it's more like she has like a furrowed brow. You could obviously see that she's like conflicted. Very conflicted. Conflicted and confused.
Well, Runin, if you ever need someone to help you with anything magical, I am willing to. I already helped Ares once when she had some red crystal dust.
Oh yeah, she told. Wait,
Yeah.
I forgot you stole that.
As you can see, I'm very interested in magical properties, and maybe you are containing something that you just do not know.
I don't know. Maybe. I'm actually quite surprised you offered. I'll think on it.
I think we didn't get this one, but we also have another hydrate.
Yes. Thank you, Crow.
Lord.
Gulp.
All right. Well, then with that, what do we want to do? Do you want to kind of just patrol the area until we see something happen, or does anybody have specific stuff they want to do, or talk, or?
I think I'm
Thing
good.
specific that I really need to do, so I'm good with just patrolling.
Oh, I guess there was one question that I should have asked him, huh? What happened? What would happen to that room now?
Hmm?
That room that we messed up with breaking it.
Oh yeah.
I guess I could have asked that.
I assume nothing, seeing as the spell stopped, but I would rather not get involved with it anymore, as to stay away from it so nobody pins us to it.
Hey, he is powerful enough to eliminate all of us right now.
Knows that we weren't the ones that necessarily caused it. Well, we were, but like,
Ah,
No, we
uh,
definitely were.
okay,
if
okay,
anything, we
were the
delayed the
ones.
correct one. I guess we get some credit. We delayed the one that was going to happen slightly.
Yeah, we did stop it in time before it completed too, and he also knows that we weren't really the ones that had those items to begin with.
Yeah, well, and he did say that the amount that they even had in the barrels wouldn't have been enough to actually cause the conjuration. It would have just turned into a artifact of like sinister intent.
A little bit of a correction there. He wasn't sure if they had enough. He doubted they did, but
Oh, okay.
Well,
he's sure they have enough of the ashen branches. It's whether or not they have another full vial of ascendant blood.
Um,
so
with the little stick we had, we could assume was definitely not enough.
aye, but we should probably patrol a little bit of the town. It's obviously going to be attacked.
I'm seconding that notion.
Obviously, I do not believe it is a good idea to split now. We should all go as a group.
Yes.
I
What?
agree.
No, split the party.
So,
I see nothing wrong. Imminent
That
attack
was
on
the
a town.
most evil. Like I heard the evil smile in your voice too.
yes, he had the most
It was
evil.
intentional.
He is the dungeon master. He is plotting, well, not really plotting, but like he wants it to be challenging. He wants the separation of the party.
Thing is,
Oh
we're
no.
I
we're
think you'll be
going to be
challenged enough.
I'm
yeah,
sure
we'll
we're
be
gonna be.
fighting a fight for 5 people.
Yeah.
So, even more.
Minnie, come back.
All right. So if we're patrolling right now, I need 2 seconds. I gotta use the restroom, so I will be right
I
back.
will go to the bathroom as well.
Okay.
Okay, quick 5-minute bathroom break.
As well. So I will also be back.
Sounds good. Chat, does anybody in chat have questions about the campaign? Want to know about plot that I can share? Want to know about anything I can share about characters, NPCs, the world, monsters? I'll use break time to kind of try to answer any questions you might have. Or questions Aries might have since she didn't leave.
I did not leave. I do not have any questions, sadly. I'm sorry.
Oh, you're good. Midi is currently in the hyperbolic time chamber waiting to emerge.
Exactly.
What's going to be really fun is I don't know exactly when Midi plans to come back. She did
Oh
say that
yeah.
she would like to come back, but that could be, them hitting level 2 or level 18. And if she shows back up at level 18, which I should hope not that late, but some crazy high level, the question is going to be what exactly has her character been up to that whole time? And what sort
How
of
did
crazy
she get
shenanigans
so
she's been
strong?
there.
Oh, I'm back.
back. I'm
Oh.
back.
Welcome back.
back.
Waiting to, yeah. Yeah, Mitty, she's just out hunting right now. That's all.
Yeah. Taming wild animals.
Trying to find a bear.
Yes.
I mean, she does have
I'm back.
the bear cub with her.
Welcome back.
Welcome back.
Who knows? Maybe by the time you find her, she'll be like full on war bear mount with like plated armor.
She'll be able to speak like 7 different languages. She's been around the world 3 times.
Or, if she doesn't come back until the very, 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 very end of the campaign, maybe Medi final boss. Who knows?
It's the final boss.
Yes. Wait, I will be right
Remember
back.
that cute, innocent girl that couldn't speak for herself? Yeah, she wants to end the world.
She's
wants to
decided she's
end you
letting nature
all.
take- She's gonna make nature take back over, guys.
Indie Bear Girls.
D&D Bear Grylls. Oh yeah.
Oh boy. Can only imagine.
What do you all think of the campaign so far? I'm curious what all of you think.
So far, it's well,
for the
I can't
hydrate.
really say that it's the best one because it's my first one, so obviously it's the best one. But it's really good so far.
I love all the classifications of this spirit root stuff. I don't know, just like looking at my notepad that I have with a list of all of them, and the fact that there's still the root ones that we don't know about.
Yeah.
I love that.
I don't understand anything. What can I clear up for you, Crow? What would you like to know? Is it D&D rules or is it D&D world building?
I think
Is
Crow
it
said
what
he's
you've
never
missed?
played D&D before. And also I think he missed a couple like events. So I don't know.
Yeah, but like if Crow has any specific questions, I am happy to answer and clear up what we've got going so far. That way maybe it will make a bit more sense. We have people of all different skill levels here. We have Valzor and Ares, who's this is their first campaign. We have Yorglot and Runine, who are a bit more experienced. And then there's myself, who legitimately has a company that they founded that does D&D.
Yep. Nothing specific. I mean, it could be just like anything,
No worries.
really.
But yeah, if any questions pop up, I do try to keep an eye on chat as much as I can. If I miss it, I hope that somebody else in the group will let me know that I missed a question in chat. But like, I am happy to clear up anything when we have time for like, why did it work that way, or what rule made that work that way. A large part of what I want to see come from this is, people enjoying the campaign, people loving the story, but people potentially getting more interested in wanting to experience D&D for themselves. Because there's this whole stigma over D&D being a, nerdy sort of like do it in your basement thing to do, when really it could be just, hey, let's just bullshit with our friends for like 4 hours and create a random world.
Yeah.
You know what? I will
that-
add that Q&A. There we go.
The basement whole thing was like that's 80s. That's old. That's how I used to play, before the internet.
Yo, MTV Cribs before MTV Cribs, you know what I'm saying?
I don't know. I feel like since the internet, there's
Oh
been
my
more
God.
basement dwellers than before the internet.
Mhm.
Yeah.
So I don't know if that logic holds up. Well, holds up, but it has definitely become more mainstream for D&D in the fact that there was like, what was it? What was that horror thing on Netflix?
Stranger Things.
Yeah, thank you. I could not come up with a name for the life of me. As well as Critical Role, and there's a lot more mainstream D&D material out now.
And now my
Okay.
camera does not like the fact that I drink water.
Oh yes. That is
right.
always an issue.
But are we all back? We're all done with our breaks.
Yep.
Yeah.
Let me just get my model back
Mm.
with wigged out hair. Okay. Okay. I'm ready.
All right. We can go ahead and end the break time then that we have on screen, and we can get back into it.
Yes.
Already got it.
So you all have left the town hall. Unless there's any more conversation, we'll jump into the patrolling portion. Feel free to, if anything comes to your mind, talk to people while patrolling. But for now, let us go ahead and get 2 perception checks, one from each individual person that wants to do it. So,
Who's got the
will
highest
do.
perception?
mean, it
My
could just
I
be-
don't have any multipliers on perception.
I have a +2 for perception.
So
3.
do I. Okay. Then
Okay, so one of you two, and then
Are you sure you want me to do it
Renee.
without dark vision?
will she have some sort of disadvantage since she
If
doesn't have
it's a-
dark vision?
it's not necessarily disadvantage on the check, but I do take that into account for what she could see.
I just got
Alright, then
back and
should me
was.
and Aries do it?
I mean, wait.
I just got back and was going to ask Haven for the Q&A. Like, are you asking what happened while you were gone? Like, we haven't even made our first roll, so I'm happy to answer a quick question before we get into it.
You guys can still ask questions during the campaign. I'm sure, like, Alorn would be happy to answer, or if it's something that all of us can answer, we could, you know,
Answer in chat.
answer in chat.
Yeah. But yeah, so while we're waiting on the question, because, it doesn't really stop us from figuring out who's rolling, 2 people roll, and then just save your results for when we get the question.
Okay. Well,
For-
since me and Aries.
Oh,
Oh,
sorry.
go ahead.
Continue.
I was just gonna say, since me and Aries have dark vision and we both have +2, which isn't that far off from you, should we both roll?
That would seem like the best idea. Yeah.
Now, know
Alright.
this. We don't have to take the highest roller. Sometimes even those without bonuses can roll pretty darn high.
Yeah.
That is true.
Yeah.
But
Yeah.
So
For-
we're
for-
rolling.
for the sake of this
Yeah.
roll, who is rolling?
I think Yorgla and Aries are gonna be the ones
Yeah.
rolling. $18.
19, 21.
Okay, so an 18 and a 21.
Mhm.
Okay. As you begin wandering around the town, uh, it's very early morning. Sun has not began to rise. It is still very, very dark out. You begin to notice that there are people slowly preparing their shops that seem to be scurrying about inside of their homes, as during the festival things open pretty much right at sunrise. So they are already being prepared. However, not many people on the streets, and it doesn't take you long before Aries, you first notice it as you hear the sounds of like quick-paced movement from beyond the sort of main thoroughfare roads towards the alleyways again. And you look over, and as you look over your glot, you then begin to hear and look over as well. Both of you see individuals hooded and cloaked like before, similar to what Yorglot saw earlier in the evening, running along the main thoroughfare. And as you're kind of intent on following them, you begin to feel a very just ominous presence begin to build up from beneath the ground of this town. Not directly below you, but it feels like throughout multiple points of the town, you feel an ominous sort of build up, as if more rituals have started, similar to the one that you have, except with multiple points of origin that sort of coalesce on where you're standing right now, which is closer to the center of town. What would you like to do?
Can we see how many of them there are specifically?
And you
Like-
were able to catch 4.
And I recognize their cloaks or their figures.
The cloaks seem similar enough to be what you're looking for. It's not like, oh, that's the exact cloak, and
Uh-huh.
it's not, oh, that's the exact figure. But it's like, I saw individuals wearing these sort of a like hooded cloak with this design and this length, and there's 4 people right now running through the dark, all wearing something extraordinarily similar. Seems too convenient.
Okay.
Uh,
Uh,
so can I alert the rest of the party?
Yeah, you can tell us. As long as you tell us.
Alright. I think we have a problem coming.
I can only assume that it's pretty obvious to all of us that the ground is shaking, right?
The ground not shaking, it's more ominous feeling like resonating from the ground. Like, you ever get that feeling of like something's not right? There's a little bit of dread, a little bit of fear, a little bit of, like foreboding warning.
Unnerving
Yeah,
energy.
exactly. It's not like a physical shaking, it's just something does not feel like it's going right.
Okay.
I also say those guys running, those look to be the same types of cloaks that I saw when I was investigating that potion maker's house.
Do you think they're the same people?
I think it's way too coincidental that they all have the same clothing that those men did.
Do you think they're after you?
Are they running at us or away from us?
Currently just in the background behind the houses. They don't seem to have made any hostile direct intention towards you at this moment.
Ah,
Would I be able to see them?
You know, Valzor, yes, now that they've kind of drawn the attention, it is too dark where they're at for you to lack of dark vision to see.
Wait, so am I the only one that doesn't have dark vision?
Yep.
Yep.
Ripperoni!
Yeah, sorry about that one.
That's fine.
It's fine, it just means
I-
you only need 1 goggle of dark vision or whatever. You don't need like 4.
Yeah, that's
Yeah.
fair. At some point, maybe I'll get those goggles. Or just have
uh,
light with me, though light isn't very stealthy. Not
They
that I'm
could
stealthy.
they could
I
possibly
whisper
have
to Runin what's happening.
Oh, thank you. Wait, can you even whisper to me? I have to like lean down for you.
Ah!
Well, you have rabbit ears.
She can't reach them. I'm 6.
No, I know, but your ears are huge.
Then
Okay.
I shout up at you.
Ouch.
What's
No,
happening?
don't shout out. Don't shout out. Don't shout out.
Don't
Don't shout
shout.
out. But anyways, yes, she'll perk up and just
I
listen
tell
to
you
you
what's
with an
happening.
ear.
try to act cool. Don't let them know that we've noticed them.
Who's gonna be the most awkward and not play it cool? Who's good at performance?
I don't know. I feel like that's
Um,
both Yorglot and Valzor that would be the worst at it,
My
even though
deception's
Yorglot's gonna
plus
have high
5.
charisma.
My deception's +5, so if I'm pretending to not know, unless that's performance, which is also +3, so I'm actually really fucking good at it.
No, I know, but like just in
minus-
characterly, I feel like Valzor would be too hyped to contain the like I noticed these
Fight,
people.
fight.
Where Yorglot would be like, how do hide human emotion towards this?
I don't know. I think that's my whole character. My charisma's plus fucking 3. I think I'm
Yeah.
pretty good at fucking hiding human emotion shit.
Fair enough.
But you
Anyhow,
can be awkward, in characterly at least.
exactly.
Renee could be a stoic face, but she has no plus to charisma.
so I think it's really just about how the dice go and also how each character wants to play it. Because I could see Valzor pulling it off. I could see Yorglot pulling it off. I also could see Ares and Renine playing it cool, even though they don't have charisma.
I have +2
Statistically,
charisma.
Yorglot's going to be the best.
Mm-hmm.
That's kind of the
Yeah.
fun thing about D&D is whoever's statistically the best doesn't necessarily mean in characterly the right choice.
Yes.
Yeah, that's fair.
What do you want us to roll for it? Charisma, performance?
Depends on what you do.
Um,
Well, I'm the one. Yorglot's the one telling everybody, like, hey, try not to let them know we've noticed them, but they're over there, blah blah, whatever direction that they are, because I know Renine can't see them.
Yeah, Renee won't be able to see them, so she's just gonna like continue looking forward. It's like, okay. She's just gonna look down the lit path.
I'm not gonna say you even have to roll for that. Like, you noticed, you said something.
And kind of just look like he's just having a casual conversation with his party.
Yeah, I'm not gonna make you roll for that because they're so far away. Like, it'd be hard for them to discern. It's more if like you were staring at them and needed to hide it.
Oh, intense stare. Wait, does Valzor stare?
I could do that.
There.
You are
Stare.
staring?
Have you fucked this up for us?
No. I was doing that for the meme. Okay.
I mean, you
But
can.
I do
You
take
know,
I do take a glance at them to see what Yorglot is, telling me, like what kind of cloaks they got. The detail.
Mm.
Yeah.
All right. Well, Renine would be like muttering under her breath. So what do we do? Fuck, I can't do my accent while whispering. So
Okay.
what do we do?
Uh, well, what are they doing now? Are they still running somewhere,
At
or
this point, they're gone. Like, they kept running.
they
Do we-
continued running?
Did they notice which direction they were running in?
They appear to be running more towards the guard district.
Uh-oh.
Why don't we chase after them? Yeah.
Do we want to chase or casually walk to not be suspicious?
Well, if we casually walk, they might outrun us.
Walk.
Well, for some reason, Valzor's voice just freaking scared me.
Phasmophobia, ghost whispering in your ear.
I think he's got like a blue yeti or something. So no matter how quiet he is, the mic automatically puts it to
Like-
normal level.
Yeah.
Yeah. I actually do have a blue yeti.
Yeah, exactly.
yes.
They're very known for doing that. You could hear a clink or a mouse in the back end of the room. It'll sound like it's right up in your
Normal,
face.
yeah.
Okay. Sorry. All right. So what are we doing?
Speed walk.
Speed walk?
Speed walk. Would we be able to keep pace with them? Because you said that they were running, right? Would we be able to walk? And
They're
still...
doing 60 feet a turn currently.
Yes, that's
Yeah.
dashing. Ooh.
Yeah, I think we would have to chase after them.
All right, we're in the middle of town. Renine was like staring at the pathway. There was no one at the pathway, right? There's like no traffic at this time.
Yeah, at the moment there's not a whole lot of people outside.
And none of them look suspicious that we're just traveling on the lit path, huh?
You're traveling on the lit path. There's nothing super suspicious on the lit path.
Okay. How far away is the guard station from where we are
So
currently at?
opposite side of the town of the farm district. So like it's essentially, imagine a square.
Like we were.
The entrance to the town that you came in is market. There's farm that's to the left of that, guard that's to the right of that, and residential that's to the back of that.
Ooh.
So there's like 4 quadrants, and they are running to the current, what would be easternmost quadrant of the guard district.
I guess we should run.
Guess we have to.
Who's the
Alright.
fastest
Sounds
here?
like a plan.
Not me.
I can walk.
Oh wait,
My
walking
walking
speed is
speed is
third.
35 feet.
Yeah, you are the fastest then.
Mine
Running is just
Higher?
double walking.
Yeah,
Oh.
running.
Okay.
Okay, so like, walking speed is like if we were in combat, You would have to use, depending on what class you are, you would have to use an action to use a dash, which is double your walking speed, which is technically running.
Okay.
Yeah,
So-
But for
I'm
rogues, I
30.
think it's bonus action, or is that later on? I don't think it's level 1, though. I think rogues have a bonus action dash.
Not level 1.
Okay, not level 1. Okay.
Later on, I know they get to be able to bonus action, disengage, hide, stuff like that. I don't know if dash is a part of it.
You being a Sheena
What?
and a rogue is gonna be interesting.
You're thinking of monks, Bernine.
Huh?
Drunk.
I think you're thinking of monks.
Step of the wind on monks.
Well,
for bonus
yeah,
action
I
dash.
was a Sheena monk once. It was super fun.
Anyways, okay,
Anyways,
so
continue.
we are
Yes,
all
continuing on.
dashing with Ares a little bit ahead of everybody, I assume. 'Cause
Yes,
Bowser
she's
was
gonna
here.
gain on what 10 feet more than us because she's gonna be dashing too. Yep. Posture check.
Now, granted, she can choose not to do the 70 feet if she wants to stay at pace with you.
Yes.
Yeah.
No, I want to run ahead.
Are you trying to be stealth? Are you gonna be stealthy or no?
You really
Uh,
cannot stealth
I
dash.
Oh, you can't? Oh, okay.
stealth, yeah.
Okay, that's fair.
Wouldn't think.
I mean, I could allow you to roll, but realistically, you're sprinting. Like, there's not really a I'm quiet sprinting.
Yeah, and I'm not really athletic, so that really wouldn't work out, I don't think.
All right.
All right. So if you're all sprinting, about minute of dashing passes. You're
Holy shit.
running as fast as you can, try and catch up. They were running when you saw them, and they never stopped while you delegated what you were going to do. Before finally, for Ares, who's now 100 feet ahead of Yorglot, Valzor, and Rudine,
Oh.
as 10 rounds have passed of sprinting.
Oh yeah, she gets 10. Yep, that's fair.
Yeah.
Finally begins to see the individuals that were in question, the four of them catching up, or coming into view, and she can see them in the distance, only about 50 feet off.
Okay. Do I
What would you like to do? You are 100 feet in front of your party.
uh hmm. Do I notice any, like, do I recognize anyone of
They're
them, or did they just cloak?
cloaked and currently facing away from you, so all you see right now is shoes and cloak. If you believe you might be able to identify anybody from just that description, then you are welcome to make a, I would say, investigation roll with disadvantage. If you do not think your
Mm,
character would be able to tell off of just shoes or cloak, then no.
okay. Can I see where they're going, or are they just running still, like, in
Currently
an open
sprinting
area
straight towards the guard district.
towards the guard district? Can I shush? Whoa! Can I shout at them?
Oh.
Sure, what do you say?
Can
Oh.
I just scream "Hey"? I just want to, like, yell at them to try to get their attention.
Okay.
Alright.
To get them to
Uh,
slow down, because
yeah, give me a second. I'm come make a roll here. We'll do this. Okay. Three of them react, one of which sort of skids and turns around really quickly, suddenly looking back, seeing you, and then turns and keeps running. Another one which sort of stumbles a bit, loses a little bit of speed, and you catch up about 5 feet on him. But other than that, seems to just keep running as well. And another one that's so caught off guard by the sudden shout from behind them that's chasing after them that he trips and just lands face first in the dirt. And the rest of them, they just kind of leave him and continue on.
Can I tackle this person?
Sure, go ahead and make an athletics check.
Ooh, that's a 2.
Oh.
Wasn't a good roll, but it is a better roll.
What?
Yeah.
No way.
You sprint up behind, you seeing this individual fallen prone on the ground, face first into the dirt. Thinking they'd get up, you dive and try to tackle them before you just right over top of them and face plant about 5 feet in front of them.
Can I get up and try to keep them from moving?
You can, but at this point, I would like you to roll initiative. The rest of you can roll initiative next round when you catch up.
Oh shit.
Where's initiative?
D20. I believe.
Just
It's-
a D20.
No, initiative is like underneath your proficiency bonus, so there will be an initiative. It's based off of.
That's cool. I didn't even see that it did that. What the fuck?
Yeah.
Huh?
If you
Do
look
you-
on your character sheet, up on the top, you see like
Do,
your strength.
do you
is
have
very
your
high.
thing maximized? Your internet
Yeah, you
browser?
have it maximized.
Yes, then
yeah.
it'll be right underneath proficiency bonus
I
at the
see.
top.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. Oh no. 4.
Oof.
All right.
Initiative is
Do-
usually just who goes first.
Yes.
Correct. Seeing that he fell first, he's the first to get up. You're currently laying down on the ground as you're trying to get up from your fall. Scrambling to his feet. So, rule-wise, just as clarification for those that do not know, getting up from prone takes half of your movement. So if you move 30 feet per turn, it takes 15 feet of your movement to get up from prone.
Okay.
So he uses 15 feet of his movement to stand up, walks up behind Ares, who has now tried to tackle him after startling him, and attempts to just sink his dagger straight into the back of her leg. A prone target, by the way, you have advantage on in melee combat.
Nice.
Okay.
So he's going to roll with advantage here.
Oh, I thought she said she had.
No.
Oh.
No. He has
No.
advantage on her because she's prone.
Because
Mhm.
I'm on the floor. Yeah.
That's a real oof moment right
This
there.
is
Plus
a real
1 does a
oof.
15 hit.
Wait, what are you rolling, Eris?
She's not rolling.
I'm not
the,
rolling.
The enemy is rolling. So Ares, do you see your armor class on your character sheet?
Right below your
It's-
speed.
Right next to your the initiative is your armor class.
13.
So 15. No.
Alright.
Stabbed your leg, Ares.
I know.
Now he's gonna roll for damage.
Correct. You take 2 points of piercing or slashing damage as he just cuts into your leg with the tip of the dagger and slashes it through sort of like the muscle of the shin.
Jesus. So 2?
2 points.
Shit. Okay.
Ares
And
is already like
He is
half
going to use the other 15 feet of his movement to now continue going forward in front of you.
Wait, so he walks past me?
Correct. However, you're
Okay.
prone, so you do not get an attack of opportunity.
Can I grab his ankle and try to stab him in the leg?
No, it is now your turn. He is 15 feet ahead of you. Now you can do whatever you would like.
Can I run 15 or can I sprint to catch up to him?
So you can get up from prone, which is you laying down on the ground.
Yeah.
That takes half of your movement. So
Yes.
35 would reduce to 12.5. In D&D, in this case, you would round down. So you would have, 17.5 movement remaining. And then afterwards, then you would drop that down to 15, as is normal.
Okay, so
So,
can I run after him?
correct. You have 15 feet of movement that you can use to catch up.
I'll catch up.
He is 15 feet ahead, so you do not need to dash because 15 feet will get you within 15 feet.
Okay. So I run up to catch up to him.
All right. That is your movement. You now have attacks, bonus actions, things like that. What would you like to do?
Can I try to stab him in the leg?
Sure. Go ahead and roll to hit.
Does it matter which one of my daggers I use?
Yes. So you can only attack with your main hand dagger once, and then you can only attack with another dagger once. As a rogue, you have 2-weapon fighting, which basically means whenever you take the attack action, which is what you're doing right now, to attack with your dagger, you may then choose to use your bonus action to attack with a second dagger in your offhand, or a second light weapon, rather, in your offhand. So, like, you can attack once with your dagger, and because you're attacking, then you also can use your bonus action to do another attack. So it does matter which dagger you use in your main.
Okay, so how do I differentiate which one's my main?
You choose.
Okay.
Generally, your better weapon you want in your main hand.
Yeah. Okay, so my infliction dagger is in main, so I rolled a hit.
Correct.
Oh. Okay, that's 18. Yeah.
That hits.
And then I can attack with my offhand dagger
Well,
too.
so we'll resolve the first attack first. So
Okay.
your attack action with your main dagger, because it's your main dagger, you can now choose to deal the damage of the main dagger, or since it's the dagger of inflictions, you can do one of the inflictions it can do. If you do one of the inflictions, it consumes one of its charges.
Okay. I want to attack with my offhand.
But, so damage with the main hand dagger first, or infliction with the main hand
Damage.
dagger? Okay, so then you can go ahead and roll the damage of your dagger of inflictions with your main hand.
Damage.
Should be right next to it.
Okay. 5.
Okay. You cut much deeper into the back of his leg as you sink your dagger into it, drawing blood. Now, he's looking a little bit hurt. He's not on death's door, but he is definitely injured. You may make now you can go into, I want to make my bonus attack and do the other dagger.
Okay. Then I wanna attack with my offhand.
Alright. So then go ahead and make an attack roll with one of the other daggers.
Okay. Natural 1, baby. Or wait, no, 7. So it's 11.
Okay. The pain from the surging stab and slash that just hit the back of his leg gets his adrenaline pumping a little bit, and he is a little bit of a agile person similar to yourself, and is able to kind of just quickly move his leg out of the way and avoid the second slash as it doesn't hit.
Okay. And then I'm out. I'm done.
Okay.
I think.
So yeah. So you have your movement, you have your action, your bonus actions. Reactions if something happens that triggers them, which you're correct here. There's nothing like that. And then free actions would be like a quick, hey, I've got one of them, come here quick, or something like you can shout if you want with your free action.
Yeah, but they're not close enough to... Are they close enough to hear me by now?
They're 100 feet away. Depends on how loud you shout.
Oh. I'm gonna shout at them. Hey, could you guys hurry up, maybe?
Okay, I didn't want to do it, but I have Eldritch Blast, which is 120 feet range. So I could shoot that, but I don't
Would
want
you
to. I
even
want
be
to get
able to
closer.
see him?
That's the thing, is currently you don't have vision. Once you get vision, you can.
Okay. Feels bad.
Yeah. Yikes.
Yes, you can launch Eldritch Blast without seeing people behind buildings.
Yeah, just a beam. Just beam somebody randomly.
Yo, we got a sniper over here.
But yes,
Locked and
in a
loaded, ready to
normal
go.
case, if you have, so the way this is the way I do it personally, is if you have seen a target and you know they're in a vicinity, you're able to fire blindly if you lose track of them and attempt to hit them at disadvantage. However, if you don't even know the target's there and have never like made out visual on said target, then it wouldn't even be disadvantage. You're just not going to hit.
Yeah, I got you.
But so once you've registered that she's caught up to the target, then yes. But that being said, that is the end of that round as they have both gone. So now the three of you do take your actions to get into it. So go ahead and roll initiative, and then we'll start from the top of the next round.
Okay.
Yeah.
Initiative. Click.
3 feels bad.
12.
13.
All right.
The lowest.
Wow. Okay. He is going to attempt to, now seeing that there are more people joining the fray as he dodges that last hit that Ares did, still being the first to act, is
Oof.
going to just attempt to take off sprinting. So he is going to use his 60 feet of movement to try to get away from you, Ares. He does leave your attacked square, or your threatened square, so you can use an attack of opportunity, which means that you use your reaction, and you can make a melee attack with one of your weapons of your choosing.
I would like to use my infliction dagger.
Go for it.
Okay.
Go ahead and roll
so
the hit first.
That would be a 9.
A 9 does not hit.
Okay.
Aw.
So
Yeah.
he kind of ducks out of the way, continues sprinting on, gets 60 feet away from you. That is the end of his turn, though, since he used his action to sprint.
Okay.
After that, then it is Valzor.
Okay. How far away is he from me?
So you ran up 60 feet last turn, putting you within 40 feet. He just ran 60, so he is now 100
Oh my
From
God.
me.
from you.
And it's just this one guy that's close. The other 3 are like really far.
Yeah, the other 3 have kept booking it.
Dang it.
Don't have any range.
No, like the only ranged option I have. Wait. No, that's still 30 feet. Wait, okay, I have crossbow. It says 120 in parentheses. What does that mean?
Yeah, so
But-
the first number you see is the range that you're, like, it's designed to shoot at, meaning shooting normally, no advantage or disadvantage.
Okay.
So it can shoot 30 feet accurately. The second number, the slash 120, is its maximum range. It can fire 120 feet at disadvantage. So anything
Okay.
between 30 to 120 is a disadvantage. Anything from, 10 to 30 is normal.
Okay, I'll
So
try
he's
using my
theoretically
crossbow.
Yep.
Try using my crossbow.
So go ahead and roll to hit, but at disadvantage, so taking the lower result.
Yep. So first roll is a 15 plus 5, so that's 20. And then second roll. Are you kidding me in that one? Ah! 6. Okay.
It's not
yeah.
a day.
Yeah, I did not hit him. There's no way.
So you begin lining up the shot, and as you're lining up the shot, Ares' head just kind of comes directly in the line of the bolt, and you quickly pull your hand away and fire it off into the air to avoid hitting your party member.
Oh my god!
Say, even if you have a good modifier, when you get a nat 1, it usually ends in you hurting someone of your friends or yourself.
Jesus.
I try not to do the friendly fire thing too much.
Ugh. Of
Jeez.
course, I go from a 20 or a 15 to a nat 1.
Yeah, it happens.
Disadvantage.
I've seen a nat
Ugh.
20 get canceled out by a nat 1.
Yeah.
Man, I was ready to just snipe this man. I was like, okay, not a bad roll. I 20 on my first go. Let's see. Can't get much worse than that.
Yeah, the
Hmm.
moment you thought
Rip.
that.
All right, Runine, it is your turn.
Oh, my turn.
Well, let me ask this first. Valzor, you still have your 30 feet of movement. I presume you use it to keep up?
Yeah, I'm gonna use it to try to catch back up.
Okay, so he's now 70 feet away.
What are Could I throw Eris?
Oh my god.
She's already at 6 HP. You're gonna chuck her?
No, did you not use your HP dice?
She got stabbed just now. And then
Oh.
she stabbed herself at the meeting.
Oh,
And even
Oh,
then,
right.
she only had 9 out of 10.
never
so
mind.
she's
I'm not
alive.
gonna throw her.
But I mean,
Throw
you
me,
could
throw
if
me,
you can get
throw
to her
me.
in a round. So
Throw you?
You could do it.
Yeah, you could probably throw me.
use your trinket and chuck him.
No,
Oh my god, yes!
no. I'm
Oh,
using that for
no,
something
no.
cooler.
It's something more dire. I think one guy getting away from us isn't.
Yeah,
Dire.
that's not too dire. I would rather destroy a castle.
Guys,
Yes.
Ares' power went out just now. Gothra is no longer with us right now.
Oh,
At the moment,
Then we
her
will
power went out.
see if she comes back soon. If her power comes back on. If not, I will finish out this encounter and we will call it there. I will just manually function for Ares to finish the encounter to get it to a spot to call it if she can't make it back.
running towards the
Okay.
guys. All I'm gonna do.
But hopefully she comes back.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Let me just make sure she doesn't call me.
She can also join Discord on her phone if she has data.
Yeah.
Yeah,
And
she
can
could.
just tell me what she
But
wants
I
to
don't
do and I'll
think
do the
she wouldn't be
rolls.
able to see her stats and stuff. That's
Yeah, but I can do the rolls. Like she can just say, I want to attack, I want to run.
Yeah. I would hate to end right before the actual fucking combat.
Yeah.
gets-
Well, you know, it is what it is.
Such
Yeah.
is
here. I'm
D&D.
gonna
Cliffhangers is what it is gonna be.
just message her.
Going to get Ares killed. Yeah.
No, we're not trying to get Ares
Oh.
killed. No.
I don't know, the DM has control now.
Wait. No. Be
I'm
nice
just
to
waiting.
your
You know me, I'm
first
not a-
timers.
Of course,
You know me, I'm not going to be
know,
out of
I-
character.
I
Of
know.
course, the one guy with an ability to actually reach that fucking range is the last one who gets to go because he rolled a fucking 3 on initiative.
Maybe I should check you.
I mean, I can hit him whether you chuck me or not. So
I mean, can you even see him?
Yes, at this point they've all made out the...
Oh, it's back on. It's back on. She's back.
Okay, well, either way, so
Excuse me.
that was Valzor's action, so now it is Renine's turn.
Bless you. And I said I'm gonna use my full action to just book it.
Okay, so 60 feet, yep.
Yep.
You run 60 feet, making up the distance. You're now only 40 feet behind.
Do I see the other dudes?
Just barely in the very, very far distance.
Are they still heading towards the guard station?
Welcome back.
Welcome back!
Yes, they are still heading towards the guard district. Whether or not it's the station that's their target is unknown.
Okay. Catherine?
Hello.
Alright,
Oh, there you go.
Hello.
Hello.
welcome back. Whew.
Welcome back.
Actually, perfect timing, because it is now your turn.
It's my turn.
Yeah, because I
okay,
dashed.
where is he?
What's
Wait,
up?
how? Okay, can I run to catch up?
You would have to use your action to dash 60 feet to get in range, which would mean you don't have an attack. But it would mean if he keeps running, you would have your reaction to attack on his turn.
Okay. Yeah, I'll dash up.
All right.
Okay.
Dash, you catch up. You get right up next to him, and prepared to strike as he leaves. That is the end of your turn. It is now Yorglet's turn.
All right, boys. 120. I'm within 120 feet. Yes.
Yes, you are at 100 feet right now.
Okay. I fucking. I
Eldritch
Stop.
Blast.
I stop and I gather up my magic and I use my Eldritch Blast to try to fucking snipe this dude from 100 feet away.
All right. Go ahead and roll to hit.
Okay. +5. Fuck! A 9 with +5? Oh my god.
Gotta love them rolls, huh?
Eris, as you're standing behind this individual, you just
Uh-oh.
watch a ball of magic past your face and past the guy before dispersing into the air about 20 feet past him.
We're doing
I'm coming
great.
for blood. And then
Yeah,
I'm gonna
we're-
run. Then I'm gonna run my 30 feet. So
Okay, so he's only 70 feet ahead. Same, you're right next to Valzor now. All right. Back to the top of the round. His friends keep on running. He's gonna keep on running. So Ares, you're the only one in melee. You can make a attack of opportunity against him again with your main hand.
Okay. So roll to hit my dagger.
Mhm.
Okay. Ho, ho, ho. That's an 18.
That will hit. Would you like to do damage, or would you like to use a infliction?
I would like to use an infliction.
Which one would you like to use?
Which
Can I
one?
stun?
Yes,
oh, come on,
you
it's
can
bad.
use the paralysis. So go ahead and mark a
Okay.
charge off of your dagger.
How do I do that?
When you click on your dagger in your equipment, it should have charges up at the top of it.
Ah, okay.
Just mark one of them as used.
Okay.
The way your charges work, it should have a note on it, but if it doesn't, I will look that up for you. But basically, you regain 1d4 charges every so often, and if you run out of charges on that weapon, it shatters.
Oh, okay.
Oof.
Okay.
But he is now paralyzed for 1 round.
Yes.
So
Yes.
we now go to the next person in order, which would then be Valzor. Again, it is your turn.
Okay, and
The
he's
individual
now.
did not move at all because he got paralyzed by trying to leave. So,
So
he
he's
is
still
70 feet away.
70. Okay, so he's still 70 feet.
Correct.
Okay.
You can move and then use your action.
Yeah, I know. Even if I do get closer, I still won't be in that 30 range. But I'll just use the 30 feet of like my that
Mhm.
I don't know how to the brain shut off. And then I will try with my crossbow again.
Okay, so it's still a disadvantage because he's still
Yeah.
40 feet away, but you're getting
Still,
closer.
yeah.
However,
Oh,
it is also at advantage because he's paralyzed. So it neutralizes, and you can make a normal.
okay. A
Yes.
normal attack. Okay.
Oh, Balzor.
Bam. Okay, this is to hit.
Correct?
Okay, 13 plus 5, so that's 18.
That hits. Go ahead and roll damage.
Okay.
God.
Woo!
Kill this guy. Actually, we probably should kill him.
We probably should
1d6.
interrogate him, actually. Would be
Yeah,
probably
that's probably a better call.
Well, hopefully this doesn't kill him. I
It's
get
gonna
more
kill
damage.
him. The moment we said that, it's gonna kill him.
I mean, I rolled a 1 on my d6, so no.
Okay, but what's the damage?
4. Because
4.
I have plus
He
3.
is still alive.
Oh!
He's injured.
Yes!
He's alive.
Oh my god.
Shot him in the other knee!
So Bowser lines up a shot. I'll for flavor's sake, I'll just be like, Yorglat in the back, or right next to him is just like, perhaps we shouldn't kill him. And as Valzor's about to loose the crossbow bolt from his hand crossbow, just kind of pulls it down, hits the leg, doesn't hit any vitals, makes it a fairly minor hit. Individual still standing. He looks hurt, quite hurt to be specific. But that is your turn, I presume?
Yep.
Right. Runine, you are next. You are, 40 feet away?
I want to say that was 40. I remember I used my 60 feet and
'cause
then.
she was
Yeah.
100 and then used 60, so she's 40 feet.
Yeah.
Correct.
Okay. Still need a dash to get to him.
I won't say it. You could run 30 and try chucking your hammer as an improvised weapon. but
No,
that
I'm
would be
not
lethal
gonna
damage.
kill him.
Exactly. That's why I was like, I'm not gonna say it.
I will dash to just get to him.
Okay. You run up right next to him. You could even get in front of him with your speed at this point.
Yep. I'll get in front of him a bit in case he does run.
Stand right in front of him. All right. After that, it goes to Ares. Your turn.
Am I still close to him?
Yeah, he never got to move because you paralyzed him the second he tried to leave.
Okay, can I stab him?
So, if you stab him, you cannot dictate that it is not lethal damage, and if he drops to 0, he would need magical healing to be able to be stabilized. Otherwise, he will die. If you want to deal non-lethal damage, you
I
either
just
have to have a
punch him?
special weapon, or you have to, yep, exactly, unarmed strike.
Can I punch him?
Yeah.
Punch him.
You can make
Knock
the
him
unarmed strike
out.
attack.
Punch his ass.
Okay, I rolled a 17.
Oh,
Okay,
Good.
that hits, and how much damage does your unarmed strike deal?
Let's see. It's just a 0.
it's a 0?
No, so, well, actually, wait.
Wait, what is.
Yes. No, it does, because you have a -2 string.
Yeah.
It has
Oh!
Oh
That's
my god.
literally 0.
So no, yeah. I will say you can choose to do something else if you would like with your action. So now that we have figured out your unarmed strike is actually 0.
You
damage.
just slap him. You just slap him.
I literally just did.
People. You literally poke
Um,
people.
Oh
my god.
I am mad at you. Smack.
Um. God. What do I do? Wait.
Do whatever you want to do.
Can I?
You can
Can
try
I
to
try
grapple.
to grab him?
Yeah.
Can I try to grab
That's
him?
gonna be athletics though, which is not good, but at least it's something that could succeed.
Oh boy.
Okay, let's try.
Oh no. This
Oh,
is a
God,
marvelous
I have a
idea.
-2 athletics. Ooh, actually, I got a 16 with my -2.
Wow, look at that.
Good.
Oh my god.
Now, the fun part is, no matter what you rolled, you'd have succeeded because he's paralyzed.
Oh,
Oh yeah.
So, you are able to restrain him, and so when he is able to move, you already have the advantage of already holding on, and will force him to at least attempt to break free with his action.
Okay.
But that is the
That's
end
the
of your
my
turn.
turn.
oh snap.
Your glut, it is your turn.
God.
-2.
I slap him.
Oh my god.
Okay. How far? I was 70 feet, correct?
Ares is just like, bitch, sit.
I mean, stay.
Yorglat's just
70
gonna-
feet.
Yorglat's just gonna take his entire action to run 60 feet.
Okay, you're within 10 feet now.
Okay.
By the way, for combats like this, I'm not going to pull up a map every time, just because it would get every time you wanted to engage in spontaneous combat, it would get tedious.
Yeah. I
It's
gotcha.
only going to be for big combats.
Okay.
So you have now caught up. It is now his turn. He is no longer paralyzed. He is grappled with Runine in front of him, Eris behind him, Valzor. What was it? 40 feet
40
away now.
feet away. Yeah.
But with crossbow trained on him and Yorglot 10 feet behind him, he kind of starts looking around, before he kind of realizes he's a little bit screwed here. Pulls out his dagger, brings it to like his stomach, and just hesitates for a second before
Frick.
he doesn't have it in him and just drops it. And
Yes. Oh my god.
Yeah.
Okay.
So does combat
So
end?
yeah,
at this
we
point, combat has ended. He's given up. He's not struggling. He realizes he's screwed, and the only way out of this for him would be to kill himself.
Okay, so
Right.
who is he? Is he a dwarf? Is he a human?
At this point,
Well,
you are
let's
now
ask
able to
him.
gain a better view of him. He appears to be half elf, slightly longer, like slightly long ears, similar to elf, but not quite as long as normal elves. Younger, sort of youthful complexion, but with a little bit of age to it. Sort of a dirty brownish hair, green eyes.
As Yorglot's running up, he's gonna yell, "Take away, strip him of all of his weapons. Make sure he can't do anything."
Yeah. I'll hold him.
Where
So-
were you going?
I'm just here trying to grab my arrow out of his leg. Don't mind me.
Ow! You're not going to talk,
No.
are you?
He'll bleed to the death.
I tell you, I'm as good as dead anyway.
Well,
Mm.
well, if you don't tell us, then you're not gonna die, but you'll be in excruciating pain.
Oh, shh.
Can I do almost like an intimidation
Sure.
with a spell? Can I use
Intimidation
a
with a
to
spell?
intimidate?
If you do a cantrip, it wouldn't cost the spell slot. If you do a spell, it has to
It
cost
is a
the spell.
cantrip. It is a cantrip.
Then yes, you
Uh,
can do an intimidation and use the spell for like added flavor
Effect.
text. To it.
Yeah, flavor text. I'm gonna use my infestation to summon like bugs and parasites all around me, and just to really scare the shit out of this guy.
All right,
And then intimidation.
correct.
19.
say
Let's
go ahead.
go.
Oh, you don't even
Oh.
need it. I was gonna say go ahead and have advantage because you have 4 people surrounding this individual.
Oh yeah. So I walk up to him with like my arms held out and my like held out with like bugs just fucking coming out of my
Ugh.
cloak and shit like that, crawling all over the floor now, and trying to just scare the shit out of this guy. That if he doesn't tell us, he'll be in worse pain than death.
All right.
I giggle while holding this elf.
Just rolling to see how afraid of death. He's a little bit more afraid of the suffering than of death. Look, fine, whatever. I'm still gonna get me killed, but they're heading to the jail. They're planning on trying to set anybody held there free to cause a distraction.
From
Distraction
summoning
for what?
something?
You think I know? Do I look like an important person? I fell on my face when this girl shouted at me.
Well, I
You're
didn't see
pretty-
that. But thank you for the picture.
It was very funny.
Is that all you know? What are they trying to distract us from?
Something big? They've hired a bunch of people.
Do you know where?
I'd presume town, since they're trying to release the people in town.
Eris,
Look, man, they paid me 2 gold. I don't know what you want from me. It's not like I'm some hired professional that's making bank off of this. I just wanted to try to make a quick buck.
2 gold, you say?
I mean, gold for an average person is pretty darn good.
Yeah, gold already spent. You can search me if you want.
Spent. Yeah. Since I have bugs all over me, I kind of I look to either Renine or Valzor to like and say like, yeah, search him, see if he's got anything of value on him.
Searching them. What do I need to
Investigation.
roll? Got it. Okay. +3 with advantage. Let's go.
Oh my goodness.
I don't think you have advantage. I think the advantage on that is if it's something tied to your background, but I'll give you advantage because you have 4 people that are helping.
Okay.
goodness for that
Well, thank
advantage.
God. Yeah. 'Cause got a 5. Almost in that 20.
But yeah, I think the
Five.
advantages that you see on your list.
I
by
got 6.
default-
No way.
I rolled a 2 and then a 3.
As
Oh!
far as you're able to find, it seems fairly truthful. You find like a half-eaten loaf of stale bread, and you find like a pretty shoddy dagger, a couple lockpicks that are like already bent near breaking.
God damn it, dude.
Look, if you want the important ones, they're up there.
Renine smacks him on the forehead. Think before you act next time. If you're gonna be alive after this, that is.
Probably not, but 2 gold went to my family. That's all I care about.
If you're gonna be alive.
Can I let him go? I don't really want to touch this guy anymore. Can we hurry this up? Actually, I'm so small. How am I holding this guy?
A grapple
He
is very
kinda did-
interesting.
He
You
kind
are
of
just like
realized his situation and was just like, it's not even worth the fight.
You've got him in a chokehold right now, and you can snap his neck at any moment.
With her negative
But-
2 strength.
Yeah, negative
Yeah,
strength.
Yeah.
She's gonna be
Mhm.
like, I want to snap his neck. Hit! Man, you have a muscular neck. Hit!
You guys, help.
But you have him grappled. Runine's standing in front of him. Valzor had a crossbow trained on him. Yorgla was 10 feet away. What went through his mind when he came unparalyzed was, I don't even want to fucking try to break out because that'll probably just get me smacked.
I mean, I
But
did
you got
smack him in the
smacked
face, though.
anyway.
I did just like
Kill the
randomly smack
guy.
him in the face. I'm not like actually giving him damage. I'm just like smacking him for being an idiot. I'm doing some mad leans now. There we go.
But yeah,
Do you remember the person who hired you?
hard to tell. Human, mid-30s, looked important.
Looked important. Like clothing. Come on, don't be smart.
I'm not one to ask questions. Oh, let me think. Black cloak, like what I have on. Sort of, I don't know, like whitish hair.
Do we know anyone who has white hair? Did the human dude actually have white hair, actually?
No, I had brown.
He had brown? Okay.
But we also couldn't discern if he was changing his appearance or not, so.
Touche.
Alright, fine. Well, if you want to live, take off that goddamn cloak and get out of here before you die.
He takes off his cloak, confused.
If he's just hired help, then I don't think we need to kill him.
Don't go back there if you want to live another day.
Look, I've already been paid. As far as I'm aware, I was just fulfilling my end of the deal. Damn near got me killed. I've already been paid. Just go on my way. It's all the same to you.
Go home.
I loosen my grip and yell, "Be
My-
free!"
Home's not exactly close, but sure, I'll go home.
Just
Would
don't
you
go
rather
into the
die?
trouble that you essentially were in.
I'll
Get out of
growl
here.
at
There's
him.
obviously going to be a combat here. Get out.
I'm growling at him.
I put the bloody arrow that I pulled out of his leg back in my pouch.
Oh my goodness.
He sort of
Uh.
like holds the open gaping wound on the back of both of his legs with each of his hands for a second.
Yorglat
Ah.
retrieves his insects as they kind of crawl back into his cloak.
Renine rips some of that cloak off and then just like kind of ties, like quickly, closes the wounds on his legs. Okay, now go. Shoo.
Get out of here.
You sure you don't? I mean, sounds kind of weird. Like being held by her wasn't super bad. I can't stay.
Ugh, leave.
Oh,
say?
Okay,
was
out
he
of
hitting
out
him?
of character, let me just say, in character, I really want to say, "Get to the chopper now," but I can't. Um,
Oh my god.
What?
I just go up to him
he
and I put my
sees-
hand on his shoulder and I'm just like, just go, just.
Why would
just
you even
get
want
outta
to
here."
be with us?
I'll take her.
Can
too.
I
Feel
want to
soft.
lean in and try, like, I want to lean in to kiss him, but then last minute just slap the shit out of this kid. Cause
Your slap won't feel much to him. If anything, he'll
Sure.
just be love struck.
Go ahead and sure, we'll make a deception check to hide your disgust.
Oh, no. Okay.
Indirectly flirting with him. Oh!
15.
He leans in.
Oh!
Go ahead
Uh,
and roll the hit. No, he'd be an easy enough hit. You slap him across the face about as hard as like,
A light slap.
slapping somebody with a tissue.
yeah.
Like, smack it. Come on, is that the best you got? Hit me harder.
Okay, can I run up to him
Can I
and
shank
punch
him?
him?
I want to shank him.
No,
You want what?
Hold on.
Can I
hold
shank
on,
him?
Hold on.
Wait,
up.
he's
Wait,
no
he
use.
is-
I can literally
Fed
just like
up-
shake him
fed
now.
up with
Okay.
this.
You guys can do whatever you want to do with your characters. You can punch him, you can shank him, the other two could try to stop you. I don't care what you do.
I'm gonna
Guys,
shank
we
him.
need to move.
I'm gonna shank him.
Go
No.
ahead and roll the hit.
Oh my god.
Oh my
Can we not do this?
No.
What?
Damn
Why?
it!
What
Damn
did she
it.
do?
I rolled a 6.
Okay.
Anyways, be off your way.
Fine. I get the picture. Or,
You're not
I
fed
guess
up with
rather
this.
I get the point. Leave the feisty cat alone. And starts scampering off.
How tall was he?
Continues to growl.
About like 5'4".
Run along, young man. Get someone
Yeah.
better. Someone that
Like
will
you.
actually
And
like
he
you.
keeps going.
Wait, what? Wait, what did he say?
Like you, and keeps going.
Keeps going as in like runs away or keeps going?
Yeah,
trying
keeps
to
going
hit
as it
him?
runs away.
Oh.
Can I
Is he
chuck
running
my
away the other
daggers at
direction?
him?
He's not going towards his troop.
Can you? What?
God.
I want to chuck my dagger at him.
Yeah, sure.
Oh my goodness. Let's just
We're gonna
go.
waste so much. Yeah, we're gonna waste so much time.
Yeah.
getting her
Before
going.
Harris
go.
can use that, Brittany is just gonna drag her. Let's
Grab
go.
and drag.
Let's go.
I look at Ares and I say, they've got a point. We gotta get the other 3 now.
Do you allow this to happen, Ares? Because like you still can make. Okay. Renine walks up behind you, just kind of grapples you, starts dragging you off.
Perfect.
Yorgla kind of makes a comment. I thought Valzor would be the difficult one.
Yo, thank goodness we don't have any of those in our party, right?
Let's just
I look at Yorgla
At this
and I
point,
say,
the other 3
okay,
are long
yogurt.
Yes. Wait, what?
I look at Yorgla and I say, okay, yogurt. Yogurt?
That's a new one.
Can't even insult him, right?
Oh my god. To be fair, my charisma is -2, so pretty
Wait, were you
accurate.
actually trying to flirt with him?
No, what?
Oh, insult.
he was
Right.
trying to
Okay, that's fair.
Insult.
Easy
how-
on the shipping
how-
there, Renine.
Sorry.
How are you gonna try to get into a words battle with a guy with +3 charisma? Okay.
Anyhow,
Anyways,
Okay.
right.
the
We start
longer
going.
you insult flirt, the further they get ahead.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I'm running.
just keep-
I'm running.
Yeah, we're gonna start running towards the jail.
Same.
I let go of Eris after dashing with her.
And I sprint ahead.
Yeah, go get that
Alright.
adrenaline going after all.
You can-
With your 6 HP. Yeah, no.
You continue running full speed ahead, and again she makes a little bit of a lead. About another, it'd be about another minute of sprinting. So she's now 100 feet ahead again. She makes it to the jail. Just right there on her right, you can see that there were a couple guards, but they appear to be incapacitated of some form. You don't see blood, so you imagine asleep or knocked unconscious, something of the nature. And the door is currently open.
Slap them awake. No, I'm just kidding.
Your slap doesn't do anything, remember?
I know.
Yeah, they would literally feel nothing. I'll wait. I'll
Yep.
wait a
Until we
little
catch
bit.
up.
Yeah.
Okay, around about like 8 seconds passes, a round and a half ish passes. They catch up. They're now here. You hear some noise from inside. Nothing loud, but talking, moving. No sounds of combat.
How long does it take until we get there?
8 more seconds.
Oh, okay. All right.
Okay.
Do we go in?
I guess
have-
so.
I have a feeling
gotta
that
be
we're going to get bombarded with people.
Yeah. I hear him inside.
We can't let them release prisoners. If they
Should
do,
we-
there'll be citywide panic.
Should we close the doors?
What
Is
if-
this the only way out of the prison? Would we know this?
You're aware.
Yeah, like if there's windows, are they like barred?
Yeah.
Or
It
Okay.
seems fairly well secured, like a decently secured prison. Doesn't seem like people can just like jump out the window at any second.
Well,
They wouldn't. We
wait.
don't have any keys. We could quickly try to. I could try to hold back the door, but that is not going to be great with only me.
I think it would be easier to deal with the people inside than it would to hold off however many prisoners they have in there trying to bust out of one door.
Yes.
All right,
So I
let's go
suggest
in.
We go in and fight.
Should we wake up one of
Guess
the
we have no
guards?
choice.
Oh,
Mm,
it would spend too much time. Never mind. Let's go.
yeah.
All right.
So we walk inside the prison.
As you
with
walk
Jam.
inside, you immediately notice that there is a number of guards currently talking amongst themselves with 3 individuals on the floor in front of them as they kind of look around. They immediately all draw swords and point them your direction.
Oh, you finally took care of them. Oh. We were chasing after these people.
We're not here to fight. We were chasing after them.
He looks at Yorglot in the cloak.
Wait, does he have a black cloak? You're glad.
It's not. It's not black. It's brown. But yeah, I do have a cloak. Yorglot quickly takes off his hood to show his face.
Don't know exactly what you are. Don't know who you all are. But he kind of slowly lowers his sword and gestures his hand down towards the rest of his men.
Are these the only?
You don't seem to have the same sense of urgency of whatever they were after and sheaths the sword.
This was a distraction. There's something bigger gonna go. So prepare yourselves. We don't know what's going to happen. We just know that this is a distraction.
Do you know
They
this how?
say
We interrogated one of them. Reason why we were chasing after these 3.
Okay. I mean, I don't know how much I should trust you, but the fact that somebody attacked the jail is pretty crippled, so I think it seems reasonable to believe that there's something else going on. He sort of puts his sword down. You, and you, go out on patrol early. You, and you stay. Uh, I'm coming with you, and he points to your group. You're going to start explaining.
Well, we don't know all the information either, but we did interrogate one of the group, and they said that the whole reason they were here was to free the prisoners to create a distraction from an important event. What event? Well, they were lackeys, pawns. They don't know that much information. Granted, these might. She points to the ones that they knocked down.
As you look at the ones that are knocked down, you notice very obvious signs of blood.
Never
Can we
mind, you
see
killed
what
them.
Can we see what kinds of or what races they are? Or like
Were they all half elves?
No. You notice one is a half orc. You notice one is half Sheena,
Wait,
and one is half dwarf.
wait, all halves? That is an interesting theme.
Yeah.
Okay, well, we need to go quickly. If they failed here, that means that their real plot is starting soon. We can explain as much as we can on the way.
We don't know where it's
He
going.
already walks out ahead
Yes.
of you. Look, I'm taking a gamble here, trusting random for whatever you all are. I think that one's human. I think I'm fairly safe in that. I have a weird horned creature that I've never seen before personally. I have a cat girl and a glowy-eyed individual.
Yeah.
Oh, was he talking to me, that being somewhat human?
Yes.
Okay.
So I'm taking a leap of faith and saying that whatever your group is, you're trustworthy. I've been up all night dealing with reports of strange occurrences, so it adds up, but you need to start explaining now.
If it makes you trust us any better, we're working for the devoted.
I don't know whether that makes me feel good or bad. Explain.
We are under oath not to tell that we can't tell too, but all we do know and that we can share is there is an attack going to be happening on the city right now, and we need to figure out where it is.
Okay. And we just know that this was a distraction.
Okay. Well,
Let's go.
he's already out the door.
Yes. Well,
follow.
at this point, should we just go to the center of the town or edge of the town? Don't even know. We didn't get in a location. None of them knew. All they
At this point, as you head out of town and you're talking amongst yourselves, this is when you first start to hear the din of whatever is to come beginning. Towards the residential side of town, you begin to hear a couple faint screams. Towards the market district, you begin to hear
Oh god.
screams mixed with a wail, like a very loud banshee-like cry.
Oh no.
Towards the center of town, you hear a detonation of sorts. Towards the farms, you begin to see smoke rise in the distance that starts to blot out the morning sun and give it a more reddish hue. Whatever is happening is beginning. And that's when you feel that sense of dread well up again. The adrenaline having faded from the chase of these individuals. That sense of an ominous beginning sort of filling your chests and your hearts as something is happening. Something that you don't fully understand yet.
Oh god. Alright.
And with that, I would like to say, for those of us here, how much time do we want to keep streaming?
I
It has
think this
been
is a good
5
ending.
hours.
We've been
Yeah.
going for 5.
Damn, has it been 5 already?
Yeah.
Yeah, it
Yeah.
has been 5.
And Gothra wanted to stream after D&D. I don't know.
Yeah, it's probably not happening anymore, but it's okay.
I think this is a good ending point, a good cliffhanger.
Yeah.
It's a good ending.
Hold on. Let me quickly just so that I can make sure that this information is accurate.
We totally should have asked for the name of that guy in case he ever appears again.
Yeah.
I don't think
We'll
Eris would
recognize
love. Eris, no, no. Eris would love to meet the guy again.
Oh yeah.
Okay.
Totally.
I'm just gonna ask because while we're all here in chat, this upcoming Sunday I do not work. Does that work as a day possibly to do this again?
Yeah.
Does this work for everyone?
Works for
Works
Sure.
for me. I mean, I'm free
I'm
as long as
good.
it's before 9:30.
your blood, onion,
Onion?
crying vegetable person.
Yep, that should work for me.
All right, nice.
Ooh, new
Alright.
nickname.
What?
Okay.
New nickname for onion.
Crying
Sad
vegetable.
Shrek.
Oh
Ogres are
no.
like
Yes.
I don't know how many nicknames I have, dude. It's insane. Yes. But yeah, I'm totally down for Sunday. It's less
Sounds
than
good.
a week, which I'm highly
And then
looking
after that, I also do not work Wednesday and Saturday, so we could do the next session on Saturday.
Yeah, so
I think Wednesday would be too soon, but
I think that's up to everybody. If you guys are all enjoying D&D, I am up for as many D&Ds as we want to squeeze in that works for everyone else.
yeah, I was a fan of the 2 times a week, so I'm completely fine with doing it earlier.
I'm fine with anything that you guys go. I don't want to overwhelm, especially Apollyon and Gothra, because it's their first D&D campaign. Don't want you guys to like burn out if it's 2 times a week or not. 20
Now,
times a day.
Personally, for me, what got me into D&D was when I started, I played for like 3 days straight. Like, we're talking sleepover style days straight. I went over to my friend's house. I'd play from like 5 p.m. to like 6 a.m. We'd pass out. We'd wake up and immediately jump back into it till we passed out.
Yeah.
And then you had a
Yeah.
long break after that.
Yes, but that's what got me into it was the, man, let's keep going. We got so much to do. I love this.
yeah, I don't mind doing more than like even doing one every single time like I'm free. I don't mind doing that. I just don't like you were saying. I don't want to overwhelm people.
Well, you're not overwhelming me. I don't think
Yeah,
Onion cares.
I'm
Alorn is all
cool
up
with
for it.
doing it.
It's you and Eris that I'm concerned about being newer.
Yeah.
and
Well,
not
yeah,
wanting
I
to
want to do it as
out.
many times as possible because I don't. To be honest, right? I don't like cliffhangers. I literally have started to like now let animes run just so that I can avoid cliffhangers.
Oh yeah, any anime that we like, we let run.
Yep,
and the
yep.
ones that we're less certain of, we'll watch live. Aries, how about you?
Oh, I'm good. I can do literally whenever.
Sounds good. So then we can aim for Sunday, Wednesday, Saturday.
But yeah, just
Yes, sir.
to
It'll
just
be
let
good
you
to for-
viewers know, we kind of don't have a set schedule because, you know, as you could hear, Apollyon doesn't have a set schedule to be free. So we kind of just will do D&D whenever we are able to. Hope that isn't a
Yeah.
problem for you all.
As well as we
Oh.
have currently 4 streamers in this group of 5 players, being myself, Kitty, Folion, and Gothra, and we are trading off who's getting to stream it. So it's kind of also whenever is best for the person that's streaming it next to. And if they're not available, then somebody else can stream it that day. But like that, because it's multiple different people's schedules, it's not like it's always going to fall perfectly on Kitty's streaming days or times, such as right now that is 9:20 at night,
Yes.
when she's normally done at like 6.
Yes. And this is my days off, technically, one of my few days off, so I can stream longer.
Also, I will 100% agree with the cliffhanger thing, especially in D&D, because you're
Yes.
personally involved.
Yeah.
Where an anime, it's like, you know, it sucks and you want to keep going, you wish you could keep going, but at the same time it's not your personal character. This is like
Yeah.
all of your growth and development of your character depends on getting to go more. And so you're like, I want to know what happens to myself.
I
Yeah.
want to know.
Well,
I want to know. I want to know
and-
right now.
Who's going
think
to
it's-
host next stream D&D? We have a question
Yes.
in chat.
So, Gothra,
That's
Apollyon,
Probably
you two
gonna
will.
be me.
Yeah, it's probably gonna be Gothra.
You got to prepare
although
yourself,
I will,
Apollyon. You're gonna
yeah,
be
I
next
know,
after that.
I know. I will work to prepare myself. Speaking of work and involving the schedule problem, I have now placed a request from my schedule to be fixed.
Ooh.
So, hopefully soon, within the coming weeks, I will have Mondays and Fridays off every single week
Ooh.
without fail.
Awesome.
The only times that will not be the case is when I'm covering for other people. But that should be a rare occurrence, and I will also keep it so that if they request me like to take over a shift that interferes with my streaming, I will deny that request because it is up to me. They are asking for my time. If my schedule does not work for their time, then so be it. Unfortunately.
Mhm.
But yeah, soon, if the request goes through, I should have a fixed schedule of Mondays and Fridays being off every single week. On top of that, I will also be working less every single week. Thank God. So I will have more time to work on my streams and work on other stuff that needs to be worked on.
Awesome.
If you ever need any
Yeah.
help, just ask.
Got it. Thank you.
Glad
I
Apollyon's
appreciate it.
situation is getting sorted out. So, Onion, when are you going to start streaming?
Oh yes.
Anyhow,
you don't have to. You know we're joking.
you are more than welcome to be a part of the group, streamer or not.
Yeah.
This group was meant as a group of friends that are having fun. It just happened that most of the people that were this group of friends were already streamers.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yeet.
Yeah.
But, so, this Sunday is going to be Gothra, yes?
Yes.
Again, this is tentative. If something comes up, we will let all of you know. But
Yeah,
you
like
can expect to see it Sunday on Gothra Kaiju's channel. I will do a shout out in the chat right now for that.
apologies though, like it was supposed to be Gothra today, but sadly like things came up, so it was me. So apologies for the misinformation before, but things happened and we had to switch who was hosting. So whenever that happens, we will let you guys know through our Discords or through Twitter if that happens again. But
Yeah.
we're announcing that officially Gothra will, if anything happens, will let you all know.
Yes.
All right. And so Sunday, we will jump back into it with where we left off. Before we all end, any of the players or also any people in chat want to just clear anything up so that you have all your notes organized, set straight, and good to go.
I'm good.
Nothing
wanted
at the
to-
moment.
I still wanted to confirm every freaking thing about the war
Ash.
category. I could not get. I got a cursed ashen and ashen reaper. There were like 2 more that I missed for the war category.
Yeah, I can list them if you want.
Yeah, I was gonna
Unless
say,
someone
Onion,
wants
please
to.
do because I have a lot of notes to filter through. To
And
Yeah,
I missed
I
one more
listened, so-
uncommon for fight. Was it water
Okay.
ashen?
So, no, the commons were the ashen husk, blaze, and roots. The
Yeah, but uncommon.
uncommons-
Yeah.
Yeah, the uncommons were the fell ashen, ashen whites, and ashen serpents.
Serpents. There we go.
Yeah, the
Ashens.
serpents are the ones that I know. The fell ashen and the whites are the ones that Velzor knew.
Mm-hmm.
So
And
you
then-
got all the skirmish ones, right?
Yes, I got all 4 of the skirmish ones. I got 2 of the catastrophe ones, which was the father and the mother.
Where's the other ones?
And then what?
There was only 2 catastrophe ones.
Yes, father and the mother were catastrophe.
Yeah.
I just didn't get the last 2 for war.
Alright, so war, I'm just gonna list them all. The living ashen heart, the ashen incinerator, the Ashen Duskcaller, the Ashen Reaper, and the Accursed Ashen.
Wait. So okay, I got living ashen heart, ashen what?
Ashen Incinerator.
Oh,
Yeah.
oh boy. I don't know
I
how to
also have
spell that right now, but that's fine. Incinerate.
okay. The Ashen Duskcaller.
Dusk collar. Ooh, that sounds cool.
Yes. the Ashen Reaper, and then
A cursed ash.
Ashen.
Yeah.
Yep.
Okay.
Yep.
I got them all.
And I also have the notes for what he had described for the common Ashen. If you want that. But-
I'm good.
Okay.
Right. Now, who to raid? I guess it falls on me because I'm the one streaming it.
Yep, it's entirely your call.
Yep, like it did last time, you guys. Put it on Lauren. Who to raid here?
Lily always enjoys our D&D raids, though.
Oh, hey, speaking of Lily, she is streaming. How long has she been streaming for, though? Is she close to ending?
Probably.
Probably.
Yeah.
Well, actually, she's still doing alright.
Only 3.5 hours.
Sure. Well, who else is here? Let's see. Who else is there? There is...
We have Q.
I already
we
did
have
Q
Alphabet.
this week, so...
I don't know if he has notifications on. Gassy's streaming.
No, he won't have notifications on. Especially for a lesser streamer like me. There is Shodan from...
That's true.
I'm sure he would enjoy a D&D stream from us. I don't know. It's between Lily and Shodan.
What are they doing?
Lily's doing art. Shodan is doing Castlevania Symphony of the Night. An old game, it seems.
Darker game or art?
Darker game or art?
It's Castlevania's darker game.
Okay, then I'm going to we kind of have like a little bit of a dark game, so I'm going to just go with art for now, and just I didn't realize Castlevania is a dark game.
I mean, it's not dark by comparison to the stuff that's out now, but it's,
It was
it's
dark
not
for back
lighthearted.
then. Yeah, it was dark for back then. Throwing a fucking ball and chain around, yeeting people's heads off.
Okay then.
What Renine would probably do in her spare time.
Freaking stop it! I want to raid Lily Pup. Why are you doing this? Thank you. Yeah, put a space there. Yes.
Yes, thank you everybody
Right.
who stopped by. I really appreciate everyone who's been loving the D&D streams so far. I've been having a lot of fun DMing it. It sounds like the players are having a lot of fun playing it.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir. Come on, like we get to stream it even, and like, hey, I work night shift and I can listen to things, and I'm gonna be listening to this on my off time. Well, not off time, literally while I'm working, I can literally just listen to the VOD. Be like, I'm going to remember every single detail. Mhm.
Yes.
Yee.
Just don't burn yourselves out. All right, well, have a good one, everyone.
Yeah,
You too.
thanks.
Goodbye, stream. Goodbye, stream.
Bye.
Bye,
Yeah.
everyone.
Bye.